Good evening, everyone. It's Redacted, joined by Soren, and we are here for the Thursday lock-in tournament of the Classic Championship Series. And we are hot into draft. We have Reign of Kings on the blue side with Team TDR TBD on the red. And these drafts are coming in pretty freaking quick, Soren. Renata, Kane, Akali band on the blue with the Senna, Volibear, and Seraphine band on red. And let's oh my goodness, we're not even
Oh,
hesitating on these picks here. Swain
speed
picked
running
first for the
this.
Kings.
Absolutely. And these picks are actually quite interesting. Some of them are some pretty noticeable bands. Ronaldo right now, one of the best, if not the best support in the game, especially after this new patch, kind of soloing herself out in that such a strong position. Seraphine, a really good pick for both support and mid out of the pool as well. And then you also have some jungle picks with Kane and Volibear. And I actually noticed right before the game, I was checking out some of their player profiles. Like, can't remember which one. I think it was Fez Barrington. Actually, was
Mhm.
practicing on Kane a little bit before this game, like 7 or 8 games prior. So losing that might be a little bit of a hit, but who knows? Maybe they planned for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can say that they definitely have already with the R1 Lilia pick. I mean, it is a slight flex with Lilia top kind of being a niche thing, but more than likely that Lilia is going into the jungle with the R2 Ezreal, and of course we get the B2 Wukong to reply. Um, like I said, these picks came in so quick we didn't even really get a chance to talk about Swain just yet. Swain has definitely risen in prominence. We now see him not just a support pick anymore, but we see even him in the mid lane. You might even see him in the top lane. So lots of flexibility for, I would say, both sides right now. And with the Yumi being picked up for the Kings here on B3, that leaves us wondering how TDR will respond.
We have some heavy hitters here in lobby. Wukong, one of the best junglers in the game at the moment as well.
Mhm.
Did actually just get nerfed with the latest patch. I believe they nerfed a little bit of his damage towards monsters in the jungle. So a little bit weaker in the clear, but top lane is still very viable lane from a little bit less common than the jungle, but still very viable in both. And Yumi also got a little bit of a nerf, but is still strong. So a lot of heavy hitters, but interesting. Very interesting first six.
Yeah, definitely indeed. As TDR TBD, I'm gonna figure out which acronym I'm going to call them for the rest of this cast. I promise. But as of right now, they did lock in the Karma for their R3 pick, so they have their bot lane secured. That's more than, I mean, Karma a little bit of a flex once again, but it's more than likely going to be the Ezreal Karma pairing we see in the bot lane there for Zaratai and Mata Mad Life Mickey X. But these bans, Aurelia being banned from the red side, as we see the Zeri and Jinx banned from the King. So two of our more prominent ADCs taken off the table here, and that will decrease Witch champ pool just a little bit
Yeah, absolutely. You
as
can
the
definitely
Ornn
see.
is, yep, and then we see
Yeah,
the Ornn ban. Sorry about
yeah.
that.
Oh no, all good. You can definitely see what the teams are focusing here. Reign of Kings really want to narrow down the options in the top lane. Meanwhile, TDR really want to put that ADC role in a little bit of a corner, taking out the Jinx and the Zeri. Like you said, two very good picks. Azir is getting picked. I was going to say hovered, but getting picked up. And I actually, again, looking back at some of the picks that some of these players were playing in the last few games as they were prepping for this game. And Azir, I believe, was getting
Azir's
picked up
now even might be
very.
a flex pick low key. I mean, we saw Azir top yesterday. I wonder if Cobra's going to try and pull off the same thing.
Ooh, yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out who it was, but I definitely saw a lot of Azir, and there was actually some really, really good results coming off of that pick. So very interested to see them, and very interested to see if they do get flex into this top lane, especially as Lily can also flex there. So a little bit of flexibility for
And Karma
TDR.
can flex there. Like
Don't.
triple flex for TBD right now, as we see the Kings lock in the Misfortune here, who has once again risen in, start to rise to the top a little bit as the ADC pool gets pinched or nerfed, and like Jinx got a few nerfs there. He's got some adjustments, and Misfortune, like it's funny. I've mentioned it a few times. She's there, like she doesn't get nerfed, but like you forget about her because these other picks are just so much stronger. And then when they get pinched or nerfed or whatever, adjusted, you're like, oh wait a minute, this champion is still a thing. So let's play her. As we see the Kings then round out their B5 pick with the Aatrox, and TBD are questioning whether they want that Fiora, but they will instead lock in the Graves. So this should be Graves top into Aatrox,
I
or will it be the
believe
Lilia? Hmm.
so. I'd imagine this is a Graves top, a Zaire mid, and a Lilia in the jungle.
What is Cobra typically played? Like, you
Cobra.
got that on you?
Let me pull it up here real quickly. Just give me 1 second. Cobra.
Yeah.
Actually, I have pretty limited information off of Cobra, but I
Hmm.
do actually see some Graves being played in
Okay.
past few games. So definitely a possibility.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, we'll find out here in the client draft as we are now actually putting these bans into place, and then we'll see where these picks go. But as of right now, this is a very interesting draft from both sides here. I I I I don't even know. I'm a little bit speechless. I haven't really played a lot of League currently. I just got out of a summer class. For anyone that is in our Discord will know, suffered through some Calc 2, but
Cool.
we made it, thank God. So now I'm free again to enjoy some League of Legends myself. I did keep up with the patch notes though, and the Lilia top is locked in for Cobra actually. So
Oh,
we were
okay.
right. As the Graves is now locked into the jungle, of course, that means then Chobin will be on the Azir with Zaratai, and Triple MX, that's what I'm going to call Mata Mad Life, will be on the Karma here. As we see Slappy on the Aatrox, Hastega on the Wukong, Renji with Swain, and then, of course, Wit and Leroy, the Leroy, will be on that MF Yumi combo. So I'm excited to see the Lilia flex top again because it's so niche, don't you think?
It really is. Really doesn't get anywhere near as much play as the Lilia jungle. And I was actually going to say it was going to be very interesting because Lilia, not as strong of a jungler as Wukong in the current meta, but is still very, very strong, almost solely because of her ability to allow team play as well as just the pure speed of the
And she got
character to
that
get
Mike
around.
Tyson bob and weave, duck in and out, sting like a butterfly,
Absolutely.
float like a bee, other way
Yeah,
around, but you get what I'm saying.
yeah, being able to just get around the map and just get around some of this riff and have that ability to pressure the different lanes is really good. But seeing her up on top lane gonna be a little bit more limited in that regard, which makes me think maybe we're gonna see a little bit of roaming from top. Not something you typically see from top laners, but when you're playing Lilia, that is always a viable option. And I'm actually very interested to see how the Graves and Wukong, excuse me, matchup is going to play out because Graves definitely was very strong in the last few patches, but definitely, I'd say significantly weaker than Wukong, especially in clear time. So definitely
Yeah, and we
interesting.
and we have to remember Soren too. Those patches where Graves were strong, it was in the top lane. Like we haven't seen Graves
Yeah.
jungle in quite a bit. I think since MSI,
Yeah,
maybe.
somewhere around there. I was just about to say I
I was trying to
remember
remember
seeing a
like,
lot in MSI, but
yeah.
not a lot since. So it's definitely almost feels like a little bit of a throwback, but interesting to see if this throwback is going to actually reward the team in any significant way. So very interesting to get about.
Yeah,
Very interesting
very
to see.
interesting. Correct. And I'm excited to see what Cobra. I'm even curious to see what runes Cobra will pick for this Lilia. Because I mean, I when you mentioned the roaming, it made me think, okay, top lane Lilia. I wonder if they go the sorcery tree and maybe get some water walking. Um, I mean, if you really want to go super fast Lilia, then you get water
Yeah.
walking, you get the Swifty boots, right? And then you just start dancing all over the rift. So I'm expecting to see a lot of poke and play coming out from Cobra into Slappy here on this Aatrox. And let's just move down down the line here, right? As we talk about all these perspective matchups here, you already kind of touched on it. Wukong definitely has more of the I more of the advantage, I would say, into the Graves, just because Wukong has been more prominent. I don't even know if Graves jungle has really gotten nerfed. It's just not something we've seen as much currently. So who knows how this pick will play out in the jungle. I'm not saying it's not viable. It's just it hasn't been a thing as of recently. Swain, on the other hand, do you want to talk about that matchup real quick, Soren? Swain into the Azir.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting. Swain again has been adjusted in recent patches and actually was meant to put him back on mid lane instead of the
Hmm.
support role, which we used to see him on up very frequently. So definitely a very interesting pickup. Definitely a very strong pickup. Normally, Azir, is kind of the king at just being able to poke from afar. But when you have Swain, who, as long as they really have vision on you, they can, I believe it's his E, can get some significant damage on you. I mean, can't get much more in terms of poke than that. So I think it's actually going to be pretty close on mid lane.
Yeah, pretty close indeed. And before we cut to a short break here, because we do want to, give some time for that spectator delay. Soren, let me get your predictions real quick. This is a best of one, so loser goes home, and they don't continue throughout the rest of this tournament tonight. So who do you think's taking it?
I
Just give me the team.
I definitely think the more regular comp, the more normal comp is definitely Aatrox, Wukong. Excuse me, I'm blanking on the name, Reign of Kings.
So Reign of
But
Kings.
I
All right,
actually
gotcha.
I'm gonna go for the
I don't want
underdogs.
to.
I'm gonna go for TDR.
Okay,
Oh,
TDR. Okay, so
TDR.
Soren's going for TDR. You'll find out who I predict after the break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, for our first game of the night, Reign of Kings versus TBD TDR. And we see the Kings here in a 5 stack as they are approaching this bot lane bush here, wondering if they're going to catch anyone unawares. So let's just keep our eye on them in this bush as Zarathai is right there lurking by the corner. Luckily, he hasn't walked forward yet, but unsure if anything is gonna happen. And while we're waiting and just keeping our eye on this little death bush here, Soren, any runes or summoner spells look interesting or awkward to you? Anything look out of place?
Nothing really looks out of place. I'm noticing the Morgana with the Arcane Comet, which is I personally think is a little interesting. I think it is still her main rune, but I believe in the it was either this patch or the patch previous. I believe they actually adjusted. I no longer believe that her ultimate scales with that AP.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a little bit of a fight going on. Oh my.
A little bit of a fight here as Hastega will flash forward. Zarathai is on the dredges of his health bar here, but he will not die. But he will have to recall, and this is gonna be really terrible for him as okay, he's choosing not to. Because yeah, if he had recalled, he was going to miss the first few early levels, and then that would put him so behind this Misfortune Yumi combo. But now he has to play so careful and ensure that he still doesn't even give over the first blood kill because of where his health bar is. So yeah, he's gonna just try and poke out these minions and gain at least soak up some XP, even if you can't get the farm and gold as of right now.
Yeah, no, very, very costly fight for them. They cost both their heal and their flash coming from the Ezreal.
Yeah,
So
they did as Hastega. Okay, sorry. I
yeah,
thought they were gonna
all
get
good. Yeah,
more
it was
rowdy.
very, very costly down bot lane, especially when you're going up against that Misfortune who has that massive poke potential with their E, like we're seeing there. Right now, second level with base items, it's not too much of an issue, but if they stay for lane for a little bit longer, they can start doing some significant damage and some scary damage with Ezreal already being so low.
Yeah, 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 definitely. Ezreal Zarathai is definitely gonna have to watch his movement and just how he maneuvers himself on this rift here, because it's gonna be scary hours for him if he gets taken down this early into the game. It's just gonna feel really bad. I won't say scary hours just yet. It's just gonna feel really bad though.
Yeah,
As we see Cobra though using that Lilia poke and prod to just harass Sloppy here and there, using the bowling ball as well to just make his life not an enjoyable time essentially.
yeah, very interesting. Even the champions that are known for their poking potential are all getting into the action. I believe just about every single pot is used up, or looks like bot lane for the side of Reign of Kings who've been in control. So that's not very surprising at all. And just Lilia, really the only three with pots still on hand. They are all just going in on each other here. Top lane has been a consistent fight. The poking going on in mid lane is immense and is never ending, seemingly. Oh,
Yeah,
going
never
in
ending
though.
indeed. Oh, as I was just about to say, I mean, with all this poking and prodding and skirmishes we have going on, we're eventually gonna see a first blood. And I thought Slappy was going to take down the Cobra there, but luckily Cobra was able to slither away just slightly and not give over that first blood. So about almost 5 minutes in here in game so far, no first blood just yet. As we see TBD on the blue side jungle, just trying to clear out some vision and ensure that they have control of the area.
Absolutely. That area right around the dragon pit is almost firmly in control of the blue side, though red still have a little bit of vision, but they're definitely setting up for this first Drake here, which is going to be, I believe that is the Ocean Drake to start off.
Cur, Cur, it is the Ocean Drake. And we see currently Reigning Kings. I would say they have a bit more prio of that Drake currently with the vision they have on the river. Even though TBD currently have prio in this bot lane here, and now Zarathai has healed up, so now he can play a bit more aggressively. Poke out this Misfortune Yumi combo and he can just walk forward a bit more confidently and not be afraid to be chunked out here. As we see a teleport coming in from Renji, just teleporting back to the mid lane, and Slappy teleporting to his top lane turret. So now, Soren, that actually kind of gives TBD the advantage here if they wanted to look for this Ocean Drake, because that's two TPs that are not in use. So just something to be aware about if we get any action in this next couple of minutes here.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the two TPs off of the table does limit the flexibility, especially from the top lane. Excuse me, Aatrox,
As
who
Azir uses his own now too, so it's
oh
pretty much even across the board now.
yeah, so it's pretty even, a little bit less flexible, but then again, you do have Lilia who's able to rotate over very, very quickly. So still a little bit up in the air. I actually think right now Reigning Kings have a pretty good hold. Misfortune is kind of controlling that bot lane, especially as they are now, what is this, just about 20 CS up.
Mhm.
That damage that the Israel took early into this game really has set them behind. They really need to get a firm control back in this lane, and I think they're only going to really be able to do
Absolutely,
that
but
to kill.
looks like we're having action across both sides of the rift there. All three lanes, actually, as we see the Graves and Lilia combo look to take out the Aatrox. Nothing will come of it. Renji using that demonic ascendance there, but will not be able to take down Chobin as he used the Emperor's Divide to ensure that there is a nice and healthy gap between them. And then we just saw some skirmishing coming up between Zarathai and the bot lanes here of TBD and the Kings. So just a lot of skirmishing still, but no one's gone down. And I think you can just feel like both teams at the same time, knowing that this is a best of one, they don't get another chance after this. They want to make
Ooh.
sure that they play their best and ensure that they strike when the opportunity is right. Because if they lose this, then that's it for the turn. That's it for them tonight.
This is actually very scary. Wukong is in the red side
In the blue
jungle.
side, as the Graves will flash away, Hastega will flash forward and looks to get the first blood.
Ooh.
That will go over to Wit here, and now Chobin looks to be next on the menu. Hastega will use the dash forward. Renji misses the grab there, but Hastega with the red buff will be able to take down Chobin. Two kings going over for the king. Two kills going over for the kings.
Yeah, no, that looked very scary for Hastega there, kind of isolated from the rest of their team in the red side jungle. But it doesn't really matter. They had such
Mhm.
good control and vision of that bottom side river that they were able to just capitalize and take two kills off the board. And that puts them 2-0 up really early and just about 3K gold or 2K gold lead.
That goal lead might just increase if TBD don't watch themselves. So it's not too bad just yet, but you know, just something to be aware about for TBD here. As Cobra is looking like a very attractive
Interesting.
morsel, and Slappy is, you know, just waiting for the Lilia to move a little bit forward, and the flash comes out from the Lilia. Whoa, man! So
Ooh.
well played from Cobra there to ensure that his life is not given over to the Kings, and but he will feel the sting of losing that flash now for the next 5.
Yeah, and it looks like this first Drake is going to go into the way of Kings as well, as they, like you said, just widen that gold lead even farther and take control of this game pretty dominantly early on.
Yeah. So Soren, my question for you here is, what do you think TBD need to look for here in in this this early game stage of the game right now? As hold that thought though, as we
Ooh.
see Renji just harassing the Azir here. But yeah, so what do you think TBD need to do currently? I mean, it's still early game where we will be transitioning to mid game here pretty soon. So what do you think they need to look for to try and get a foothold back into the game during the mid game here?
I really think that they need to have a little bit stronger presence on the spot lane. Having Ezreal basically set aside and out of this game from the get go has
Mhm.
really put them behind, especially in those early fights for Drakes when Ezreal and Karma just were not able to do as much as you would have liked them to do. So I
Mhm.
definitely think maybe Graves puts a little bit more presence down there. We've been seeing a lot of Wukong down there, keeping that control and that prio down on bot lane, but you haven't
Mhm.
really seen much of Graves. So if Graves can get a good opportunity to go take a little control, maybe get a gank, get a kill down on bot lane,
Mhm.
and try to level it out, he might be able to do something.
As Cobra almost taken down there by Slappy, but it will not matter as he flashes away. The sleep comes out, and the Aatrox lives as well. And now Hostega is here using the Cyclone, trying to chunk out this Graves and Lydia combo. But now the Karma is here to back up her team as well. The Root Wheel Land Slappy is doing the best he can with that World Ender in the heels, but Triple MX will get the kill on Hostega here as Slappy will then kill the Karma in retribution. And we have more action on the bot lane as Wit and Leroy will take down Zarathai, making this misfortune 2-0-1 currently with a 200 gold bounty. The Kings get 3 kills to 1.
Yeah, no, it was looking pretty good up on top lane. It was very close. It was really anyone's, team fight there, despite I believe being 2 to 3. Slappy really tried their best to pull that back into their favor. But you almost wish that TDR TBD got a little bit more from that. Only getting one of that 3 to 1 is not great, especially with how close it could have been.
Yeah.
And losing the 2 down in bot lane is a massive hit. I was just talking about how they really had to get some semblance of control back in the bot lane. Oh,
But now
this
it looks
massive
like
team
they're
fight.
looking for that semblance of control as Renji looks to be the next victim for TBD. The Emperor's Device shoves him back, and the kill will go over to Shobin. TBD on the board with another one.
All right, yeah, that's exactly what they need. They need to have some
Oh,
form of
Leroy.
priority and have some form of control in this map because right now they have very little, and if that has to be in the mid lane. Then so be it. We take it in any way, shape, or form.
Take those. Yeah, definitely. Shobin is now 110, 89 CS to the 104 of Renji here. But hold that thought as Cobra and Slappy are duking it out here in the top lane. Fast Barrington is here to support his jungler. The sleep comes out, the bonk, the slash, and the takedown given over to Cobra. So TDR definitely fighting back here, and you love to see that because you don't want to just roll over and show your belly. So definitely put up a fight here. They want to ensure that this mid game has some semblance of control for them, and it's not just completely out of their favor. As the final chapter will be used
Oh
for
my!
Zarathai here, the bullet time will miss, but the was that how did how did
Oh,
Wukong
I
kill
don't, I
him?
don't even know what got him there. I thought it was the Yumi,
I
but it
thought it was gonna be
wasn't.
the
It
Yumi
was,
too.
it was Wukong that got that kill.
Yeah, that was interesting. But okay, Hastega with the kill. Maybe he had red buff and it timed out. I'm not sure, but that's all right.
Okay.
We just know Hastega is now 2-2, and Drake will be up in about 25 seconds here. So we probably will look to see the Kings prioritize this Drake here, as we currently see Fast Barrington on the top side of the map. Rift Herald, I believe, was taken by Cobra and him earlier. So this second Drake here is currently up for grabs, but it looks like the Kings might just get it for free because we see TDR all posturing on the top side of this map here. Looks like they want to take down Slappy.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they view that bot lane as kind of a lost cause. We haven't seen Graves down there besides the farm. but we've seen them constantly showing that presence up on top lane. So seeing this, not all that surprising. Then that is going to be the Infernal Drake going into the way of Wukong as a little skirmish happens up on top, but Karma can get away from that. It's definitely a unique position for TDR. It looks like they're going to try to push this tower, maybe even secure it, which it looks like they will.
Well,
Oh, actually,
activated root comes out from Triple MX. There's 4 people fighting this Aatrox here, but he is not going down. He wants to take out Triple MX, but it's not going to be enough as Cobra will take down the Aatrox. Another kill on the board for TDR as the Emperor's Divide knocks 2 of the Kings near the tower, but Shobin will go down instead. Oh, actually 3 because Yumi's attached too. So, and then now it looks like the Kings here will take this mid lane turret.
yeah, it's turret for a turret. And again, TDR trying to get this foothold back in this game, but it seems like every single time they get a step, here comes the Kings and they come marching along on their own and get something of equal value, if not greater. First is the Rift Herald, then they secure the Drake. Then they secure top tower, then, Kings come back for mid turret. It's just as tit for tat, and despite TDR's best efforts to get back in, it's looking futile at times.
I wouldn't say futile just yet, Soren, but
maybe a little harsh.
definitely
Maybe a little
an uphill
harsh.
battle. It's definitely an uphill battle for them. As we all know, Ezreal Zarathai there being chunked out early has definitely hurt them. You haven't seen the Ezreal be as effective or annoying if you don't like playing against them, like I do. In most people's cases, we haven't seen them be effective much on the Rift yet. It's more been the Karma, Azir, Graves, and Lilia show. So I feel like TDR obviously want to give this Ezreal a bit more time to scale up so that way he can start chunking most of these King members out. So, it's definitely difficult for them, but it's not over just yet. The gold difference is only about 4K. So it's not insurmountable just yet.
Yeah, it's not insurmountable. It's just looking a little scary. But TDR do have a few means of coming back. But right now they're seriously on a back foot. Right now, just to kind of go over CS top lane, Aatrox is in the lead. It's about 17 at the moment. But most notably to me, it took me a second to realize it. But now that I've seen it, I have to talk about it. Graves right now sitting at a pretty healthy 96 CS. Actually, not too healthy, a little bit lower than most of their team. Meanwhile, Wukong is currently sitting at 133. So that CS gap in the jungle is really starting to make its presence known. And
absolutely, as we see Renji miss the never move here. Cobra dancing and bobbing, weaving, gets to sleep on this Swain here. We have 5 members here to take down a Swain, and he will go down, killed, given over to Fast Barrington here, as the Drake will be spawning in about a minute 30. But the Kings, once again, like you said, Soren, it's tit for tat for them. You send 5 people bot lane, okay, we're gonna send 3 of ours top lane and take our turret, and then we're gonna TP bot to make sure you can't get this turret either. But now the real question is can Slappy hold this turret here? The answer looks to be yes, as he almost kills Triple MX. He will have to flash away, and now Cobra is on a killing spree, 3-0-2 for this Lilia, as the Kings take the top tier 2 turret.
Yes, in turn, it looks like they are going to secure this bot lane, but that is a pretty big loss, losing both in the top, especially when they had such a firm grip on top lane. Not amazing, but we do see life. We are seeing TDR fight back, and hopefully Ezreal is starting to gain ground in that CS deficit. So maybe if once we get to the team fights, they start soloing out this misfortune. Take her out of these team fights, get her away from the CS, allow Ezreal to build up farm a little bit, get a few more items under their belt. We might be able to see a comeback here, especially with Azir, who's known to be a pretty good late game scaling champion. So we'll see. We'll see. There's definitely a route for TDR to get back into this game. They just need to find that first step where Kings don't just immediately take the ground that they just gained back.
Absolutely. And they have been doing that pretty well, but the one thing that I am afraid of for TDR right now is that they don't have in anywhere in their inventory is grievous wounds. Yumi has innate healing and then plus the moonstone. So they need to start. Actually, we're gonna have to hold that thought as the final chapter and the bullet time come out and just shreds through the TDR squad. Hastega is on the back line. The burn will take down Zarathai as well as Cobra is ducking, dodging, and dancing all around the rest of the Kings here. And it looks like he's just trying to do the best he can. I don't know why they're still trying to contest this Drake here. Most of your team has been already taken out. Just leave and go farm so that way you can live to fight another day.
Yeah, no. If if this was first Drake, maybe you try to stall that out, bob and weave, try to stall out those death timers as long as possible to see maybe if your team can get back into it and contest that Drake again. But once you're on second, third Drake, those death timers are just far too long. If you try to stall it, the only thing you're going to do is stall in that 1v5, I think it was.
Yeah, as Triple MX walks into a death bush and is just taking out another one, given over to Wit here. 4-0-3 for this misfortune, and they're definitely on a roll. As now it looks like the Kings might look to at least just start setting up vision near this Baron.
Yeah, no, I definitely think the Kings are maybe not even setting up just for vision here. I think they're starting to look towards these win conditions. Baron's now up, and in the position they are in, they're at soul point. I right now either a Baron or just a Dragon Soul. I think could be a win condition if there is a big team fight for either one of them. So I
And
think
it's
right
Mountain
now,
Soul too, so that shield, that extra tankiness, plus the
yeah,
Yumi healing, it's gonna be so annoying to try and cut through all that.
yeah, you're absolutely right. So I think right now we are at this point where it's that tipping point. They're right on the edge. They just need to push the ball over the cliff to get the win. So TDR really need to just put as much pressure as they can to keep that ball from going over the side, because once it does, there's no coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see TDR here looking to just clear out vision and clear out the King's vision and establish some of their own because they know that the Kings will be looking for this Baron next. I would say, yeah, that I would say the Kings have a decent sieging lineup here. With the Misfortune Swain, uh, combo here. Even the Yumi with a little bit of poke here and there. So their sieging potential is not bad at all. Wow, Leroy is a pretty brave cat. He's an independent cat. And of course, why would he not be, as his team has control of that entire quadrant right now as they look to get this blue buff given over to Renji here.
Well, from my perspective, that looked just like Yumi just walked up to that Baron single handedly and took a pot shot at it. I was about to say that's definitely, you can call that brave if you want. I think there's a much different term that
Uh-oh.
was used.
That's Renji. Never move. Final chapter. Bye-bye, Triple MX. You are out of here.
Ooh, big kill there. Just another foot in the grave, as now it's 5v4. Baron's up. They could use this as a chance to go for it, especially as just about everyone is leading towards this top side. I think everyone's waiting for it. It's just when will
Everyone's
they
waiting, but Hastega is not. Drowsy will come out, sleep, will put this Wukong out of commission for a short while, as Cobra will have to flash away, but Zarathai is now the sacrificial lamb that was given over to the Kings, and it looks like Azir is next. Hastega wants it. The shutdown given over to Cobra, and he will be able to escape as Triple MX is now here to back up his top laner. This Lilia is ducking, dodging, and it's not enough. She's gonna go down. The chains will lock in the karma. Double kill given over to Slappy here, and the Kings have now taken a commanding lead as they look to take down this tier 2 mid lane turret, and they will claim their ace.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna push this. Who needs Baron when you have an open base to push and the minion wave with a cannon? So they're just gonna push through, and this should be an inhibitor here
Absolutely.
Don't
They
think
might
they're
even
gonna get
get
much
top
more.
lane too. Top lane, they could just rotate top. They,
They could, but I think they might.
they're probably gonna go Baron. Yeah. Are they?
Yeah,
Why
they
are they backing? No, no. What are you doing? Oh wait, Astega's
gold.
not there. He's in.
They,
He's bot.
yeah, especially after the ace that they just got taking the inhibitor and the turret, they probably have a decent pocket full of
Yeah,
gold. So
yeah.
they're gonna
And
go
Soul is
back.
up in about 25.
Yeah, perfect. It's basically perfect timing for them.
Yeah. So, I mean, Soren, we're talking a lot about the Kings, right? Like, we know what they need to do to win. What do TDR need to start looking to do to win? They need some jungle warfare, right?
Yeah, no,
Like
they
guerrilla,
do.
not jungle, guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, I think the big issue that TDR is facing is that normally you want to find some kills that
Oh,
you
they're going
can
for
get.
it though. You see that? They're
Yeah,
going
they
for the
do
Baron.
a
Oh,
little
this
bit.
is risky, but I mean, when you're almost 10K down, you have to start taking a risk like this to try and get back into this game. But they just don't have enough damage to take this Baron down fast enough, and it's a total
So
disaster.
much
Final
damage.
chapter, bullet time will come out and just shred the TDR squad as Hostega and Renji are just bullying them. Yumi probably gets a kill as well. Renji will clean up the Lilia there, and that will probably be the game. The Kings will probably more than likely move on to the next round.
Yeah, no, that's pretty dominant from them. That is, they
Oh
don't
wait, but they
get
got the Baron
Baron.
though. They did get the Baron. Oh, I didn't even see
Red
it.
team did get the Baron, but there is only one still alive with that Baron
Oh,
buff. So
Stega
that
doesn't
is
even
the
care.
Azir, and that's going to be a very tricky spot for Azir to be in, though. Oh, did that Emperor's
Gonna be
Device
a
put
tricky
them?
spot indeed. Hostega using the Cyclone there to just dissuade the TDR team from trying to stop his team members from ending, and that will punish them just slightly as they will have to back off. TDR successfully defend their base.
I'd love to see a replay of that. I for a second I thought the Emperor's Ride pushed them into Fountain, which I'm sure hurt a lot. So, you know, I definitely thought they would have been able to secure it there, but unfortunately, death timers just don't work out for them. But I
Mhm.
still think they're in a firm position because even though they did lose Baron, only one still have it up, and that is the Azir, which we saw them already use at the great effect. But in that chaos, we're also able to secure Dragon Soul, so that is going to be the Mountain Soul in the hands of Kings, which is a really, really good soul for them to have in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious as to why Triple MX launched the Shirelias there. I mean, I guess well, it's a lot of poke coming out here, and between the slow Soreldas and the slow Renji, it makes a little bit of sense to give them more mobility. Perhaps Triple MX thought they were about to get engaged upon and needed a quick out.
Fair, absolutely, especially when you have a Wukong with a Yumi attached to it. Definitely a scary thing to see running at you. I would want a nice means of escape as well.
Exactly. Chauvin though, walking brazenly through his jungle as Hostega and Leroy are now just the roaming death squad here. Leroy, once landing phase was over, he said, "All right, Wit, you are just cleanup duty. I am going with my new taxi."
Yeah, I think I was kind of in the middle of saying it before we had those massive team fights, but I think the biggest issue that TDR is having right now is they want to be playing that guerrilla warfare like you saw. Find one or two that get a little bit overconfident, maybe cocky in a word, or
Mm.
catch them off guard, much like this. Hastega, off on their own, maybe see if they can secure a kill, but it's hard to do that, especially when you have a Yumi on the side where, yeah, sure, you might run into the Wukong off by
Final chapter
themselves.
bullet time combo, but Cobra will use the Zanyas there to ensure that the stasis in disables most of that damage as we see the Infernal Chains and the knockup between from Slappy as he gets 4, but the sleep will push the Kings back just a bit as Zarathai will get the shutdown on Leroy here, and TDR successfully defend their tier 3 turret, but Renji is taking your top lane inhibitor. Oh no, your base is gonna come crumbling as minions are crashing in. Renji wants to end the game. Wit and Hostega are alive. Renji is looking to back off.
Ooh.
Actually, no, he's marching forward as the general will do. Chauvin is doing all he can to ensure that these and Nexus turrets do not go down, and now the Kings will get the bot lane inhibitor as the mid lane inhibitor has respawned, but it doesn't matter. Triple inhib for the Kings. They should. Oh no, it looks like they want more blood. They're going for it. Slappy says, "I'm strong, guys. I can do this. I think we can end now." Witch strong as well. Even 8-0 and 6 misfortune. Cobra and the TDR squad know their chances are almost ending here as Hastega will take out Cobra. Shobin goes down. Empress Divide doesn't really account to much. And now Triple MX is just trying to do all he can to lead these minions away from his base. But I think the results may be futile as Renji and Wit and Leroy look to take these Nexus turrets and end the game.
Yeah, pretty dominating, victory here. I think we can say it's pretty much sealed and shut, especially as the ace comes through. Very
Yep.
very strong performance from Reign of Kings, but you know, master props to TDR. They tried their hardest to get back into it, but at the end of the day, it all ended up being futile. Reign of Kings, game one victors.
Yep. Victory for the Reign of Kings indeed. Good try to TBD TDR, but unfortunately your tournament ends here tonight. For the Kings, they will continue on to the next round, and they will be facing Goldfish Gaming here. But unfortunately, that game will not be streamed as our next game on the night will be Dorado Gaming New versus the TA Sentinels. But before we get to that, we're going to take a short break as we prepare for that game. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, and you don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the second round of the night. We have the TA Sentinels versus Dorado Gaming New. And we're hot into draft once again. Volibear being banned for the Dorado squad, with Senna and Graves taken off the table for the Sentinels so far. And Ari being picked up next here or taken off next year for Dorado as well. Soren, what are your thoughts so far on these bands?
Yes. A little bit of confusion, a little bit, especially on the side of Dorado. I will not lie, because
Mm-hmm,
we talked about in the last like pre-game lobby how I had pulled up some of the stats and what some of the players have been playing recently, what they're
mm-hmm.
probably feeling very comfortable on. And I was going to say that Dorado, their jungler was practicing a lot of Volibear right before. Maybe we could see the Volibear pickup, and their first ban is Volibear. So very confused. The Seraphine ban. I was going to also mention that the support on their team, Naysayer, has been playing a little
I
up the table.
Oh, okay. I think you cut out for a little bit there, Soren, but I picked up the last few words you said. But we're just gonna move forward, and then maybe we'll get back to it, or you can repeat it again if you really wanted to emphasize a point there. As we see the Sentinels first pick the Zeri, and of course they were hovering the Yumi, but do it, please, 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 please,
Oh,
please, please. Oh my God, you guys are trolling me.
oh,
As they lock
oh.
in the Tristana Nautilus instead. Oh my god. Why would you even hover Belveth and give like your opponents the thought of like, oh, should we play it? But who knows? Maybe Potter doesn't play Belveth yet. So but yeah, now the looks like we're gonna get the Zeri Yumi combo as they're hovering the cat. And we're just wait for that pick to be locked in, and it will be, of course. As we wait for Sentinels to for pick up their last pick here for B3. Soren, what are your thoughts so far on our first two picks while we're waiting?
The Yumi pickup is nice. The Yumi pickup is actually quite nice, but I have to say Dorado have really played smart here.
Mm-hmm,
Picking up that Zeri first is very risky. Nautilus is a massive counter to Zeri, so I also have personally seen the damage that a Tristana Nautilus bot lane can do.
mm-hmm.
A very aggressive lane. Um, I think definitely in the bot lane, I definitely think Dorado came out on top here. But Udyr, Viego, jungle for jungle, I think they're pretty solid picks right around. Udyr, I
Mm-hmm.
think he's a little bit weaker, but Udyr still has some amazing clear and can still be really good. So I think it's a pretty even pick.
Yeah, Udyr definitely is it's such a funny it's so funny seeing it still because like all of a sudden last season it just exploded onto the Rift, and then he's always had some prominence since then. Before that it was more niche. You didn't really see Udyr too much. So um yeah, oh my goodness, they like
Mhm.
totally got through these bans so quickly. I didn't even get to really comment on them just yet. But Darius and Victor being banned on the Sentinel side, with the Vigar and Fizz being banned on the new side, Dorado new. And so those picks to me are aimed at Danny and King What's His Face and Marshall respectively. As King What's His Face will be piloting Azir, so we've now seen Azir for 2 games in a row here.
Yeah, no, we saw in the last game a pretty strong pick, even when, sorry, I'm blanking on the name, TDR, TBA, was
Yeah.
struggling.
Hmm.
Azir was still a very strong pick, still had a pretty good control. It was quite even in the mid lane. So Azir, not bad going up against a Corki, a little bit different, but Corki, I mean, definitely ever since the, mages came back into the meta, Corki's been a very solid pickup. So not all
And we
too
have ourselves the Azir Corki lineup. Of course, we are going the LCK route. It looks like Sentinels are just going the LCK gameplay. We are stand. All right, Soren. You got your bags packed. It looks like this is about to be a 40-minute game. I hope you got some snacks because
gotta settle
I
down,
might be taking
chairs
a nap
nice and
here and there.
comfy. Yeah,
Exactly, exactly. As we see
absolutely.
Dorado new hovering that Camille there, please lock it in. Do it. That is so
Ooh,
much lockdown. Oh my god.
there we go. It's secured. Absolutely. Very interesting picks all around. I do think very strong teams for both sides in very different
Hmm.
respects. Um, I am a little bit worried. I actually am a little bit worried for TA Sentinels here, almost solely because of, flashbacks to last game. We saw how, Ezreal on TDR being
Hmm.
basically taken out of the game so early really affected their gameplay. They weren't able to get that foothold because their bot lane was constantly 2 3 steps behind. So seeing, this Zeri and this Yumi, which is a good combination, but going up against a hard counter in Nautilus and Tristana, it's a very scary sight to see. They're gonna have to play this really, really smart because that bot lane could get behind so quickly.
Absolutely, and like you mentioned as well, honestly, if Dorado did a 5 stack and tried to lock down this, not try to lock down the Zeri, but like if they did a 5 stack and just looked for a kill or in the invade, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, with between the Udyr stun, the Nautilus hook, um, even if Camille went the hook shot first, I mean, probably unlikely, but hey, you never know. That's a lot of just point and click CC that will lock somebody in place and probably delete them off of the rift if they decide to invade. So let's just keep our eyes on that. And of course, let's talk about the picks being going into the lanes of course, their chosen designation. Nothing is surprising, right? Ornn Camille matchup, Viego Udyr, Corki Azir. So this draft, not a lot of flex picks. I mean, the picks can themselves are flex, but it's a lot more of a standard League of Legends draft all around.
Yeah, absolutely. It is pretty standard. I will say that I feel like Dorado have a little bit of a more unique comp, so I'm excited to see
Hmm.
how they do. But overall, I do think it's quite a standard affair all around. But I know you asked me for my predictions, and we never actually got to your prediction in the
Oh,
first game. So,
we'll do that. We'll do that. So I promise you. Let's just talk a little bit more about both teams
oh,
first. Like, let me hear your in thoughts on like how do you think the early game will go for both of these teams. We can at least talk about the early game, and then we can get more in depth analysis in game. So what do you expect early game for both sides, and then we'll get to predictions. I
early
got you this
game?
time. I got you. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna hold you to that. Early game, I do think it's going to be pretty controlled by Dorado. Um, I think it's almost solely because I don't think Camille and Ornn. I feel like there's going to be a lot of trading, but because of
Hmm.
how tanky Ornn is and does have some significant damage, but I don't think it's crazy crazy. I do think it's going
Hmm.
to be like a immovable object and an
Stoppable
unstoppable
force.
object. Yeah, you know the quote. Everyone
Yep.
gets it. So I
Yep.
don't think much is going to happen in top lane. Azir and Corki are going to be poking each other out. They're early game mages. It's not going to do much. And then you have Udyr and Viego, who I think are going to be causing trouble, but they're going to be doing it equally. So I really think that bot lane is going to be the key to the early game, and I really think Tristana and Nautilus are going to come out on top. I think mid and late are actually very up in the air. It's
Yeah.
really comes down to I think whoever CS is better in the mid lane, whoever can get that advantage early in the mid lane. And like I said, I think Tristana and Nautilus have early game. It's by how far?
Absolutely. Oh,
By
absolutely. Yeah, the Tristana Nautilus combo definitely has early game. Of course, obviously, if the Nautilus lands the hook, it's gonna make it that much easier for Tristana to burst out the Zeri even with the Yumi heal and exhaust that will come into play. But yeah, so I guess we can get into predictions now even though you did all that talking, I was still thinking to myself, I was like, man, who do I think is gonna win this? Because I like both drafts.
yeah.
And I know these players. Like I know these players. They were in the CCS last split. Mukai, Dr. Phil and Chill. They've been around. Some of the other names, they might have just been name changes. I'm not entirely sure yet. I'll do some research into that later. But those ADCs, I definitely know. So I'm just thinking, like, okay, who was like the better ADC last split? Because I'm trying to remember here,
Oh,
and
now
I'm
that you
trying
said
to
that, who do you think's gonna win? Now that you said it, you
I
dug yourself in
know,
this
and I'm
hole.
just like, I'm looking at the entire comp. So, oh boy,
Oh my.
I'm going with Dorado, and
Oh, spicy.
just because I feel like once again they have so much more flexibility and damage early game, and that if they push that advantage, they could definitely snowball and win the game. So that's my prediction. What about yours? Before we cut to a break, real quick.
You know what? I believe in underdog story. I know I keep saying Tristan and Nautilus, Tristan and Nautilus. I'm gonna put my heart and soul into it. I believe in the underdogs this time around. I think that TA Sentinels are gonna pull through. I think Viego is an incredibly strong character, and that will turn the tides. I'm gonna put it here
All
now.
right. Well, we will find out here who is the better caster in just a bit here, as we will cut to a short break as we prepare for this game of Dorado Gaming New versus TA Sentinels. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Wait, can we get? All right. Welcome
We're good.
back, everyone, as we are live here for round two of the Thursday lock-in tournament. We have TA Sentinels on the blue side versus Dorado Gaming, new on the red side. And it looks like they are definitely listening to my stream, or at least have the same thoughts I have. Where hey, we have a lot of CC, we should like look to kill somebody and do something with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually seeing something very similar than what we saw in the last game, but far more
Yeah.
aggressive. Instead of waiting for the push, they're just going to push in. It looks like they're going to show a lot of presence over towards their blue buff, but it looks like it's just going to be a ward and a leave. A little bit of vision.
Yeah. Looks like a Widow Griefer definitely spotted out the invade and pinged it out a bit. So let the team know, like, hey, they're up here. They probably put a word somewhere, so just be aware of that. And is just gonna walk to his lane pretty safely without any type of shenanigans. So before we get too deep into the game and any shenanigans, Soren, once again, um, any runes or summoner spells that are interesting or look sus to you?
Nothing looks too out of the ordinary, Actually, I don't really think anything really looks out of the ordinary. Everything looks fine. You have the lethal tempo on the Udyr. You have, I believe that's Hail of Blades over on Mukai's Tristana. Everything just about matches exactly what you would expect. And
Mm,
speaking of exactly what you would expect, we're immediately seeing a lot of poking in mid, and we're seeing a lot of back and forth stuff on top.
mm. Yeah, lots of poking back and forth, lots of harass here and there. You see Mukai and Naysayer, they're definitely controlling the lane as we expected. Oh, and they got level 2 first, but the hook misses, but Mukai still goes in anyway. Gets the bomb on Dr. Phil and Chill. X17 here will have to back off as the Ignite burns the cat down a little bit. I think there's just some miscommunication between the new squad. Here's the hook lands again, but Dr. Phil and Chill is fine, gets a shield, gets a heal, and we'll just walk it off. But Mukai and Naysayer there, they definitely could have got a kill. I think maybe the Ignite missed, and maybe Naysayer wanted to throw it on Zeri, but just clicked on the Yumi instead. We'll never know, but that's unfortunately what happened for them. So no level 2 kill for that bot lane.
It's not a bug; it's a feature. It was not a misplay. They meant to do it. On this, it's fine. I do want to bring up something because we were just focusing on the bot lane a little bit. That we actually do have a substitution in the game. Dorado Gaming normally play with Blobby down as their support. Unfortunately, they had to deal with some family stuff, so we do have a fill-in in Naysayer. So Dorado are actually the favored team. I believe they're the higher seed. So normally you would expect them, to have a higher chance, but they do have a fill-in, so you never know how that's going to play out. But actually, it looks like bot lane might turn to a little bit of chaos as Udyr is waiting in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Yeah, Udyr waiting in the shadows, gets that knock up there, but there's the hook, there's the rocket jump, explosive bomb. Zypher will have to walk off though, as Dr. Phil and Chill was able to just run near the safety of his turret. Zypher will look to take those Krugs those as some taxes for his time in this bot lane of the Sentinels jungle here. But Viego is lurking. He's just backing now, so it looks like they won't spot him out, and both junglers will miss each other.
Yeah, very close. Udyr had to come up to assist. I believe it was Azir, King What's Its Face, who is in a very tricky spot, but was able to sneak by the Viego, who did just back and I believe has just bought some basic items. But yeah, it looks like Dorado is actually expecting a gank. Oh, some massive damage being put up over on top lane. Marshall is in a tricky spot, but we'll just go back under their turret.
Just walking back to that turret and just gonna walk off that damage. Once again, the assassin tank ADC carry mage all around just Goomba Stomper Orn packs a lot more punch than people expect, especially with that brittle and brittle proc there. So definitely something to be mindful of as Marshall will actually Marshall did not reset as he stayed in lane and he's just gonna farm up. But Dr. Phil and Chill and 17 here definitely keeping even in lane despite the aggressiveness that came out from the Dorado Gaming new bot lane earlier.
It's looking pretty even so far. No one really able to get ahead. I think we're going on to our second clear here. Drake is going to be up here in a minute or two as well. So expect that to go. And we actually do have the Hextech Drake first up. Something one of the newer Drakes that we didn't get to see in the last game will make its appearance known, which means Hex Fates are
Mukai
also
there
away.
Mukai there using that rocket jump so early, and he might want to be careful with that because that is such a really long cooldown at level 1. I believe it's like, actually I can check. I don't even know. Let me not guess. Let's see here. It is, yeah. It's a 22-second cooldown there, so he needs to be very mindful of when he uses that rocket jump early because at some point Potter will probably come down there and punish him as the Ornhorn comes out, but Marshall is able to use the hook shot and ensure that he has enough distance between himself and the Sentinels top lane in jungle, so no purchase for their actions.
Yeah, nothing. Neither team are really willing to give up anything, and that can even be seen in the CS. The CS is nearly identical right now. Udyr has a little bit of advantage. It's 42 to 43, or sorry, just went up to 46.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry, 53 to 46. Udyr up. So still pretty close. 51 to 53 up on top
What's
lane.
its place? Oh my goodness, playing so brazen. Emperor's Divide will come out, but he's probably dead. First blood will be given over to the TA Sentinels. Potter claims the kill. Dog
Ooh.
Marshall and a Widow Griefer once again battling out here in the top lane. Dog Marshall, excuse me, is chunking out that Ornn here and there. So we're starting to see that Camille damage come through due to that sheen, as Ornn has stacked up some cloth armor, but it is not a not thornmail, but crap, what's that item called? The precursor of thornmail. I can't remember, but everyone knows what I'm talking about. As Ornn will get the kill here onto the Camille with the Ignite, that spell book coming in quite handy use, as Danny will have to flash away from King What's His Face and Naysayer. So 2-0 for the Sentinels right now. Or
That's
yeah, correct. 2-0 for the Sentinels.
that's very strong. It's very much against what I predicted. I predicted this early game to be heavily in the favor of Tristana and Nautilus. And right now, bot lane is actually very close, 65 to 63 CS, 10 to 0 if you want to count the support. But neither side really willing to give an inch. But meanwhile, the rest of the Rift is all going in the way of TA Sentinels, which is not what I expected at all. So very interesting game to start off. Can't wait to see how the rest of it's going to play out because at this point, expectations, excuse me, already blown out of the water. We have a really good game on our hands.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said completely, Soren, the Sentinel squad is the side that's supposed to be chilling. Let's hold that thought here as Ornhorn comes out, Brittle procs. Marshall is just Marshall was chunked to more than half his health immediately just with the Ornn combo. He's gonna flash his mastery, but he had to blow his own flash to escape the Viego Ornn synergy there. I don't know what you're flexing for there, buddy. You almost got your butt handed to you, and now you have no flash for the next 5 minutes. Drake is up in 2 as we see the new squad looking to clear out the vision around that neutral objective here, as Sentinels will secure Shelly.
Yeah, it's going to be the Rift Herald almost certainly into the hands of Potter, the Viego. There we go. It
What's his
is
face?
secured.
Ember's
Meanwhile,
Divide. Danny is taken down. Hook lands on the Ornn as well. Will he be next? He will not. He will walk it off. Tower shots hit Zypher a little bit, but it's not doing too much as that has been nerfed. Good for them. And the new squad looks now to just rotate towards this bot lane. Zeri has moved quite forward a bit in the lane, but they should spot it out here as the ward will ping him out. Zeri should just back up here. Uses the laser there to also dissuade them from approaching any further. Marshall, though, okay, Marshall's just going to walk it off as well.
Marshall actually really using to Camille to great effect, able to just use that maneuverability, that movement to just get out of very tricky situations like that where Potter was coming up on them in the smoke. Pretty solid. We are coming up on second Drake here. Don't
Mm-hmm.
quite know which Drake it's going to be yet, so still anyone's
It
to
should be
guess.
the
The
Inferno Drake.
should be Infernal. There we go.
Yeah, if you press the N key, you should be able to see all neutral objective timers.
Ah, got it. Thank you. Newer
You're
league cast
welcome.
here. Still learning.
No problem, no problem. Yeah. But yeah, the state of the game that we currently see, gold difference is about 1,500 in favor of Dorado right now, despite the fact that Sentinels have 2 kills. But I mean, that's just a difference of CS, right? We see the Camille with let's see here if I actually look at the numbers, about 200 gold over the Orange, even though Griefer has a futures market there because he's currently negative. Uh, Udyr, has quite a substantial amount over Diego, and so on and so forth. So the Dorado squad definitely getting their gold through this farm here and effectively farming, which is why they are able to do what they're doing. Package comes out though as the Heartbreaker Potter used to try and get some more space between. He will be able to live as the final chapter comes out and the Sentinels turn it around on Dorado. They will get 2 for 0. And now it looks like Mukai is next on the menu. He will have to rocket jump away. This Inferno Drake is going over to the Sentinel squad.
Yeah, no, that does bring it to 1 Drake each, Hextech and Infernal, but I'd almost argue that the Infernal is a better pickup here, especially with that Yumi Zeri combo. You want as much damage on that Zeri as possible because they don't really need to really worry about healing all that much, seeing as they kind of have a permanent fountain of sorts attached to them. So the more damage you can get onto that ADC, the better, especially like you said, technically in a weaker matchup. So
What is
really good pickup.
Marshall doing? Like, Ornn's gonna knock you up. Why are you going near that wall? As Shelly is being launched here, plates will be given over to Potter and the rest of the Sentinels team members here, but that tower will stay up just a little bit more. Marshall, in my opinion, is just playing really arrogant. I don't want to say arrogant, but I can't think of another term to use because, like, he's not even
Oh,
really fighting the Ornn. He's getting chunked out so much. He's got to be
yeah.
careful here.
Definitely, I definitely agree. Probably overextending a little bit too much. It's one thing to be confident. It's another to be cocky. I think is the motto. So we'll wait and see how it ends up. Ornn, like you said, incredibly strong. Does a lot more damage than you think he should, but it is as it is. They've been able to basically sidestep as much as you can with the mobility coming out from Camille. So it hasn't been too detrimental, but if they keep it up, I can definitely see where they can put themselves into a position that they do not want to be in that could cost their team.
Yeah, definitely. As there's Marshall once again. There we go though. He has came back with the Divine Sunderer, has that mythic, so he's definitely that confidence he was feeling before is now probably on 11 as he will poke out Griefer there and well, we thought Griefer was gonna back, but he's actually just warding the river here because I mean Ornn has his own shop as we see. He already has his Sunfire's Aegis there. So he's just gonna stay in lane, regen some health, and then have Marshall play the hubris game once again. As Potter is looking for a fight here with this Azir, but after feeling chilled, uses the lightning crash here. Will try to start skating on Zeri, but there's all the lockdown we were talking about. They blow up the Zeri, they blow up the Viego, and the Sentinels. I'm actually quite confused as to why they did what they did, but Danny will flash away the explosive charge I'm sorry, Buster Shot will knock back the Corki as he now will Valkyrie away. Naysayer and Zypher do not have enough CC to keep him in place, so Danny and 17 live to fight another day.
Here you go. Actually, a little bit of action up on top lane as well. Ornn is going to have to recall after taking some significant damage. And speaking of top lane, we were talking about how maybe Marshall was playing a little bit overzealous, but they
Not
kind
anymore.
of, yeah, a turret shot will do that to anyone though.
Oh, but Potter's
Ooh,
here. Marshall, you step forward a bit too much. We'll have to walk away. The Orange Horn comes out, Flash as well. Potter does not care. He wants to take down this top laner. He's looking for it. Marshall, though, feeling really confident, steps forward and actually pokes Potter back a bit with the sweep there, and he just walks right back into lane. I mean, when you have a Nautilus on his way here to back you up, and your Udyr is also just in the vicinity, I mean, you have that right to just stare your opponent down the face and say, "Come at me, bro."
absolutely. And we're lucky we get into this mid game. Looking at the items here, just about everyone has mythics on hand. The only real exception to that is the Zeri, who I believe is one item off, and
And
Corki, who went
Corky
for
as well.
yeah,
No
Corki went
mythic
for
as
Madame
yet.
Monet. So they're going to
Yeah.
be going for it as their secondary item. So you are starting to firmly get into the not late game, mid game, especially as the second Shelly is picking up.
Surely secured for Dorado Gaming New here. And now Ocean Drake will be spawning in about 30 seconds. Yeah, I think that's a really good play. Launching Shirley there to dissuade Dorado from gaining control over the river. Potter is trying to take down Shirley. Will not be enough. Will have to expend one of his smite charges. The other one should be up in about 10 seconds though. So he will have it for this Drake here. As now we see Sentinels here, TA Sentinels, looking to muster some control over this neutral objective, as Dorado Gaming New are right now looking to reorganize and walk into this neutral objective uh, pit we have here, this Ocean Drake pit. Marshall will hook shot away. Zypher and the rest of the new squad don't want to start it up yet. They actually want to fight. Zypher walks forward. Lightning Crash comes out. Package as well. Final chapter is used to lock most of the new squad in place. Potter has slain Mukai. The Tristana is down. Naysayer looks to be next. And the rest of the Sentinels are just skating all over the new. Wait, Phil and Chill, Zypher, and Marshall are trying to do what they can. Zeri goes down. Camille is just styling all over the TA Sentinel squad. Triple kill for this Camille. Her pockets are so fat from all this gold she collected in the top lane. She's looking to get the quadra. Danny looks to be next. Turret shot. Turret shot. It doesn't matter. Ace for the Dorado Gaming new team, and they will get the Ocean Drake as well.
That is huge. That is exactly what they needed to get back into this game. They were behind on kills, but they were just about equal in everything else. And they were actually up in CS and gold. So they really needed to just have one big team fight to get their kill participation up a little bit and really put that gold lead into their back pockets. And they surely did there. Now, I believe it is almost 5K gold lead ahead. They're 8-8 again, and they have firm control. They're pushing in waves into these turrets, and now you have Camille. You kept talking about how, Marshall may be pushing a little bit too aggressively, but now here we are, picking up a quad
That
kill down on
overconfidence we
bot.
were talking about on Marshall earlier
Ooh,
has
maybe
definitely told me to, hey, Redacted, sit down and just watch this.
maybe that overconfidence was just confidence.
Exactly. He's like, dude, I know what I'm doing, all right? I got more than enough gold, and eventually I will start to outscale this one and be able to deal with him. And check it out, I'm going to deal with the rest of TA Sentinels too, as I got a quadra kill on them. 4-1-1 on this Camille, with the Ravenous Hydra now in play as well. And of course, a 550 gold bounty. Now, there is objective bounties on the map for TA Sentinels already less than 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's not even mentioning the 500 gold bounty on Marshall, as well as the 400 on Zypher. Really wanted individuals, and
The Weaver will get hooked as Mukai and Naysayer look to take down this Ornn. That was not a smart play, my friend. That is a Tristana with Kraken Slayer. You are an Ornn. that is one of the wrong champions you should just walk right into and think you can bully her out of lane. So he will be punished for his hubris. Potter tries to heartbreak her away, and we'll have to flash over the wall. Dr. Phil and Chill 17 are here to back up their jungler. As now Dorado Gaming knew, are they going for the 20-minute Baron? The answer is yes. And I think they'll be able to get this without being contested or any type of response here from TA Sentinels. Potter is here with Yumi. They're looking for it, but this Baron is just being melted. It's going down without any contest. Dorado Gaming New have taken the Baron 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's massive, especially as they now also have 2 Drakes from the last team fight. They're in a prime position to take this game.
Sentinels really want to punish. This final chapter's coming out. They will get the real. Oh, they're going for it. They want to punish the new squad for this Baron. They do not want them to have this Baron play create as much gold and as much of an advantage as it would this early into the game. But instead, they're punished for their aggressiveness as Potter goes down again. And now the gold lead is about 8K in favor of Dorado Gaming New, and this game just went from bad to worse.
Yeah, no, we're especially now getting into this late game status, and the players, the big name players in this game, are really starting to make their names known. Udyr Zypher is now at 178 CS, going up against Viego at a mere 118, 180 for Marshall on the Camille to the 130 on the Ornn. You know, the scaling is definitely being shown not only in the kills, but in the CS. And it's also shown, I wanted to mention something real quick. If anyone wants to look at the map for a second, I think the game can be summarized by the vision right now. Look how much vision is going on in the bot side jungle. Not even counting the players in it, there are like 7 different wards, both teams having massive amount of vision in there, and there's almost nothing in the top side jungle. The game is firmly being played on the blue half, and I think that's a little indicator of how this game has been so far and how it's going.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Soren. That is a very good observation there. Oh man, I forgot how Tristana just melts turrets. It's because we haven't seen her in so long. It's been the zigs and the jinxes and whatnot. So it's funny and nice to see Tristana do what she's made to do once again. But no, you're absolutely right. Dorado Gaming New, they're pretty much encroaching. They're practically at the not Nexus turrets, I'm sorry, inhibitor turrets less than 25 minutes into the game already. Like this is scary. You know, if you're a TA Sentinels fan, like granted they scale. You know, that's the big S word that we all like to say. They scale, right? But in order to do that, they need picks. They need a lot of time. Marshall, we saw that. As he fumbles the hook shot there. But they're just gonna go ahead and let Mukai there solo take the Drake while they want to look for a pick. And as anyone thinks about approaching it, but the Sentinels know, they know like, all right, we are definitely not in a great position right now. We can't even contest for that third Drake, so don't even bother.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of want to look at TA Sentinels here, try to figure out what they need to do to get back into it. And, defending that bot lane turret, kind of futile. They really just need to get one team fight under the belt. If they can find one opening kill, make it a 5v4, and really push, I think they might be able to take one of these team fights. And if they could just get one more under the belt, they're only 2 kills behind or a few objectives. If they could start leveling it out, get a few kills ahead, I definitely think they can get back into this game.
They need Zeri to have more damage on her, or at least another. I think Zeri needs to be 2 items, and I believe I want to say Dr. Phil and Chill is looking for that Phantom next. We see the 2 longswords there, so I would assume it's going to be the PD next. I could be wrong, but that's more than likely what the current build path is for Zeri. So I believe once she has those 2 items, they'll have a lot. They'll have more of a fighting chance. That's the phrase I'm looking for.
That actually is going to be the Phantom Dancer in the hands of Zeri. Just picked it up. So Yeah, I definitely think that Zeri needs to get back into it, but at this point, I think even just to
Oh,
stabilize, they need
mhm.
something, anything in terms of kills.
Understood. Question for you, my boy Soren. What's your
Yeah.
timer at? Because I guess I might be behind, or I'm having. You know what? It's my. Never mind. It's my scoreboard. I needed to reset it again. All right.
Okay. About to say, scared me there for a second. I was like, am
You
I seeing the
scared me. I'm like,
future?
what do you mean it's PD? Like, I'm looking at two long swords, but I had to reset it again. How many times am I gonna have to do this?
Mine keeps resetting every few minutes. It's fine. It's the league client. Who's surprised?
Yeah, they add more champions, but keep breaking spectator as they do.
Of course.
Anyway, back to the game at hand. Baron spawning in 45, Drake in 2 minutes and about 40 seconds. Dorado Gaming New are staking out this blue side quadrant of the map. T.A. Potter, Mr. Potter, you are in a very precarious situation. They don't know that the vision is there out. They will see it now. Gonna clear some of that vision out as they should. And they're just going to, I guess, walk
Oh,
around in their jungle.
yeah, they're just gonna
But
run at him.
Dorado New don't care. They're looking for the fight. They have found it. The Viego will go down first. Griefer is in the middle of them trying to do what he can as a tank, but it's not enough. Danny is fighting for his life here as he's caught between this choke point. The rest of the Sentinels are triple kill going over to King. What's his face? And that will probably be the game here, if not at least the inhibitor turret for Dorado New.
Yeah, no, that's not a great sight to see. You would have hoped that it was a little bit of a closer team fight going for TA Sentinels, but it just wasn't there. It went confidently
Potter is
into the
responding
way.
though, but yeah, that's gonna be game here. Potter is back, but it doesn't matter. Dorado New will move on forward to the next round, and we will find out who their opponent will be here in just a bit. GG for Dorado New.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really good game all around. Really confident start for Dorado as this is their first game of this tournament. So really good stuff. TA Sentinels had a pretty good game plan, but I really think that it just kind of fell apart because they were constantly having to adapt to Dorado and how Dorado wanted to play the game. They were never able to really, control the flow of the game like Dorado was able to. And once you're in that position and you're kind of on that back foot, it's really hard to get a front foot when
Hmm.
your opponents are just in constant control of how they want to play the game.
Yeah, and I think honestly a little bit. I think TA Sentinels got a little bit lost in the sauce. They
Yeah.
were up 2 kills initially. They were feeling themselves like, all right, like we're kicking their butts. We're doing pretty well. But Marshall, Marshall with that gold. Once again, that overconfidence we thought was actually just regular confidence because he was like, I'm killing the Ornn in CS. So like once I get my mythic, I'm gonna kick his ass no matter what. And he did, and he kicked the rest of the Sentinels' butts all over the Rift too. So yeah, really well done from the Dorado Gaming News squad. And actually, we do know who their next opponent will be. It is ID Eclipse. I don't want to mispronounce the team name yet, so I'm gonna look it up just to make sure I pronounce it right. But they will be the next opponents for Dorado Gaming New. But our next stream match actually will be our returning our champions of our previous split, Goldfish Gaming, as they did defeat Reign of Kings. So they're just waiting between Sensei Squad, Amaterasu, and Dragon Claw Cloud for their opponent. Once they do, that will be our next game that we will see. And then all that's left is the final. So we're almost done with this lock-in tournament here. But as of right now, the stronger teams are progressing as expected. So yeah, we'll find out here shortly who will be our finalists in after the third round. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back as we take a short break as we prepare for that game. Welcome back, everyone. We are live for round three of our Thursday lock-in tourney. It is our returning champions, Goldfish Gaming, against Dragon Claw Cloud on the red side. And we are hot into draft here. We see the Zach being banned out for the Goldfish squad. And we now await what Dragon Claw Cloud will ban. Of course,
Yeah.
you can't play against Goldfish without banning Mossy's Talia. It's just a thing that is known now throughout this organization, throughout that team. It's just common knowledge. You don't want to play against it. So yeah, that's a good first ban. Speaking of Dragon Claw Cloud, by the way, they are currently are ranked our 10th seeded team, and they did beat Sensei Squad Amaterasu, who was our fourth seeded team. So this is a little bit of a David versus Goliath scenario, but I mean everyone here is plat, so with a few disparities between their ranks, so it should still be a pretty exciting game. What do you think of our band here so far, Sorry?
Right now, actually quite interesting. I know we're seeing Zach was the first ban out. I think it's a
Mhm.
pretty good pickup. I don't think Zach is terribly strong. I do think there's other junglers that are currently in meta that are stronger.
I think that
Um,
Zach actually might have been a top thing or something too.
top. Oh,
I've kind of
fair.
seen
Then
Zach
yeah,
top
absolutely.
recently. Kind
Then
of
yeah,
reared his head.
flexible duo band basically. But I definitely do find it interesting still. But over on the side of Dragonclaw, seeing very typical bands, you're going to see the Wukong and the Talia, like you said, both strong pickups that are now off the table. But as we look over to picks, we have Seraphine is now on the table. I think this is the first time we're seeing her today. Still
Yep.
very strong, and she can be flexed. She's both a really good support and one of the top mid lane picks as well. So really good flex pick there. And we're seeing Volley, which has been banned the last two games, getting picked up in response by Dragonclaw. Very strong pickup as well.
Yeah, and I want to say, because for any of our viewers at home who may not know, currently Light Genesis and Oreo Murderer are our bot lane for Goldfish Gaming. The Goldfish Gaming ADC is typically Dirt, but I'm assuming is not available tonight. So like both of those are they're both typically the support players for Goldfish. So you're having two supports in the bot lane. I thought they were gonna pair up the Seraphine with like another mage, but they tricked me and they picked Ezreal. So now I'm sad.
Yeah.
But we see the Olaf here as well for Goldfish Gaming on B2, by the way, with the Senna. I would assume probably a Kench here coming out from, yep, there it is, from D Claw Cloud. Because if not, I would definitely expect that champion to be banned in the next round. So uh, yeah, grounding out our first round here so far is very interesting. I would say D Claw Cloud's picks are standard, and with Goldfish, um it's there's some flexes there, right? I mean, Ezreal's
Absolutely.
obviously going into bot lane, but Seraphine could be mid, could be support, Olaf could be top, could be jungle. So
Yeah,
we have to see.
definitely makes it interesting to pick bands to go against Goldfish Gaming. But I did kind of want to talk about Tom Kent because we mentioned that Tom Kent actually did recently get nerfed in this latest patch. I think it just came
Hmm.
out. Is a little bit weaker, but we've already seen today that even if they are some characters did get nerfed, it does not mean they are no longer strong. It just means that they're no as strong as they once were.
Hmm.
But now we're getting into bands. We're seeing the two mid lane
The
bands.
Akshan ban, interesting.
Yeah, we're actually make that three mid
Yeah.
lane bands if you count goldfishes. So really, really narrowing down the options in the mid lane, and might make it so that Seraphine Flex in the mid is more viable. Keep that open because that is still a very good pickup, and not having to worry about trying to pick from the now scattered list of mid laners might be the move here.
Yeah, definitely. The Akshan ban is interesting to me. I mean, I, I've personally never seen Akshan win a game that I've casted, but I'm guessing Deviant or even Abandon might play the champion quite a bit because we've seen Akshan flex top as well. So um, obviously, Goldfish Gaming knows something that I don't, or they just don't want to deal with that champion, and it's passive with the revive and whatnot. So yeah, they're just gonna get it off the board as there's a karma hover. So I guess we were both right in our predictions, and it is locked in. So it's probably gonna be Ezreal Karma in the bot lane with Kaiser Uwu on the Seraphine in mid lane, or vice versa. But we'll have to see where these champions land, because I feel like there's a lot of potential here. As Corky was picked up for DC Cloud here, and now Goldfish are hovering to round out their composition with the Edgehawks, but they switched to the
Gangplank.
GP. So wait,
Nice.
that means it's Olaf in the jungle. Mossy piloting Olaf jungle. Wow, I haven't
Yeah.
seen that in a while either, since
Yeah.
I think MSI as well, or even
MSI.
pre-MSI.
Yeah. Yeah, no. It's definitely very interesting team on the side of Goldfish. That Seraphine pickup, I think, was actually really, really good. That flexibility really allowed them to get the support pick that they wanted without having to, stress about not possibly getting the mid lane pick that they want.
Ringo.
Rengar coming out is also a very,
That's
very
Ringo
nice pickup.
top.
I Is that
That's, or it's volley
true?
top. It's what I think. I feel like. Do you want to
Oh,
look up Abandoned Op GG?
Abandoned Top GG. I can absolutely look up Abandoned Top GG. Let's take a look.
Yeah, while you're looking that up, I'm just gonna if that is a Rango top, that's a very interesting pick, and that's a very spicy matchup into the GP, right? Because there's plenty of bushes for him to just go through and whatnot. And I remember initially they buffed Rango because of the Chem Tech Drake, um, with his stealth and invisibility and whatnot. And then when they removed it, they kept it for a while. So he was like really overpowered. But then they removed it in a few patches later. So I don't really know the current state of that champion. I haven't really seen or paid attention to him much. So, but I just feel like that's Rengar top and not jungle. But I could be wrong. We'll find out.
Yes, we'll
Any
see.
any results here, Sorian?
Unfortunately not. It seems like
So
my
it's fine.
computer has decided to no longer work with me.
Oh, and just for your internet, I hope, at least not for the client.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay,
All
good.
good. We
So
got the picks coming out. We'll see here eventually.
yeah, it's probably
Okay,
Peps
now
then, maybe. We'll see. Oh no, I was right.
Rengar top.
Yes.
There we go.
All right. That's gonna be a spicy matchup. As we see Abandon on the Rengar, Peps on the Volibear here, Mossy on Olaf. Wow, like
That's gonna be
um
Karma mid.
oh I knew it. I had a feeling Kaiser was gonna play that Karma mid. So
Man,
once again, because Goldfishers are returning champs, and for some of our viewers at home, uh the names are a little bit different because CCS now has a Diamond League as well. So some of the members of Goldfish have moved on to the Diamond League, that winning that championship squad, while some have obviously stayed in Plat. So that means they had to retool and pick up some players. Matt being one of them, Kaiser being one of them. Um, and yeah, so they picked up those players from other teams during the off season, and Kaiser was a menace on this Karma mid last split. So it doesn't surprise me that he's playing that champion.
absolutely. And the rest of it seems to be shaking out exactly as we are, exactly as we expected. Very interesting compositions here. Very, very interesting. You got away with it last time again. I'm not answering another question until you can give me your predictions. What are your thoughts here? What are your thoughts going into the game? Do you have a hint at who might come out on top early game?
Oh, so you're using my own questions against me now.
Yeah, I am. I'm learning, man.
Good. No, that's fine. I mean, you're the color caster, but I'll give some play-by-play analysis. Why not? So early game though, I mean, if you just look at comps, obviously the Goldfish squad has a lot more damage early game,
Yeah.
especially in the bot lane. Senna Kench is a very slow lane to pick up. We should assume that Angel is the farming Senna, so that means Rarko there will be the farming Kench. So yeah, I think early game is definite, and Mossy Mossy is a pretty aggressive jungler. I won't say aggressive, but on a pick like Olaf, I expect to see him be aggressive because of the nature of that champion. So I expect to see Goldfish definitely be aggressive early game and try and get the early game advantage and snowball that early game advantage. Um, I don't think that's a support Karma build that we're going to see Kaiser play. I don't think I've ever seen him play support Karma when he plays in mid. So it's probably going to be a damage build. Uh, Maybe the Ludens or Leandries, but we'll see what mythic he goes with that. So what about you though, Soren? What are your thoughts?
I would absolutely agree. I do think that Goldfish came out on top here. Obviously, Senna technically an infinite scaling um, champion, though Ezreal and Seraphine are a really good bot lane together. So I wouldn't be surprised if bot lane is just kind of an all-out brawl. I could see both of them really taking the advantage. Corki is really strong, so is Karma. But like you said, Kaiser on that Karma pick is a really, really solid pickup. So I do think that might go into the way of Kaiser, but that we'll just have to see how that plays out. And I keep looking at that Gangplank. Rengar's nice. I really like Rengar as a pig, really interesting when it comes to how they play on the Rift. But
Mm,
Gangplank, if you let them get to late game, Gangplank can
yeah,
almost 1v9 at times with the amount of pure unbridled damage
yeah.
that he can lay out on the Rift. So I can definitely see that. I think I'd have to agree that Goldfish do have the advantage after the draft, but they are. I think they're the number one seed. They're going up against the number 10. You would expect them
Number
to
three. They're actually seated
number
number
three, number
three.
three. Okay,
Yeah, they
but
actually
but
seated number
still,
three.
they're high enough to count. All right. But we just saw that, Dragon Claw were able to pull up a massive upset. So I am going to put faith that they can do it again, especially because Goldfish have that substitute. I believe in them. I
Oh,
think
this
they can
guy
pull it
going
off.
with the underdogs. Look, you're gonna
It's
learn
gonna
like
it's gonna
everyone.
work. It's
You're
gonna
gonna
work.
learn like everyone else learned last split. And I kept telling them, look, don't doubt Goldfish, man. And they won the whole thing. So obviously, I think you know where my prediction's going, and we know where your prediction has gone. So we will find out here shortly who is once again the better predictor between the two of us as we prepare for this game of Goldfish Gaming versus Dragon Claw Cloud. We'll be right back, and you don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. welcome back, everyone. And we are live here with our semifinals match: Goldfish Gaming versus Dragon Claw Cloud. And we see the Goldfish invading the red side of Dragon Claw Cloud. They did not unfortunately clear out that ward. Okay, they're just dropping off a ward. I thought they were looking maybe for the red buff, but no. They just want some early game awareness of where that jungler Peps is starting, and they will now just go ahead and escort their top laner, their new top laner, ex mid laner Matt G from TDR, who played with our wonderful friend Mr. Patate, to his lane. So actually, oh no, they actually are gonna steal this red buff. Okay, never mind. They're trolling me.
Yeah, no, they are going to take red buff, and actually, both wards are going to be down to stealth wards sitting by the red buff on the bot side as well. So a little bit of a trade, but it's just going to split the map down the middle of mid lane. Might cause a little bit of issue for bot lane, especially Ezreal and the Seraphine, who are kind of going to be isolated if it plays out like I expect it to. Um, but we'll see how it plays out. You never know. Maybe they can keep control of this lane.
Yeah, maybe they'll keep control of that lane. Maybe the junglers will go on a rampage now with their new pathing here. We'll have to see. As we see Mossy, he was contemplating walking towards that top side of the map, but then changed direction and went towards this blue. As we see Oreo Murderer and Light Genesis getting scrappy in the bot lane there, as they should. So well done from them.
Yeah, and here we go. As the bot lane does get scrappy, we do see that the jungle gets split as you would expect. Volibear picking up the red buff, and
Rarko will use the Abyssal Dive in, and Light Genesis has been ignited. We'll have to flash out. Heal burned as well, and he barely makes it out with his life by the skin of his teeth. But no first blood will be given over to the side of Dragon Claw Cloud. Really aggressive from this bot lane, and it's actually not what we expected. Remember, we thought that they would be a bit more defensive, but it looks like I was wrong.
yeah, no, very, very aggressive down there. But Rengar also jumping in, kind of being caught off there. Olaf is here to assist, though.
Yeah, Olaf is here. Mossy is here. First blood, though, given over to Abandon. Mossy goes down. Matt G might be next. No, actually, he's trying to get this Rengar out, but Rengar is using these bushes well to his advantage. Matt, you might want to back up. I don't know if you win this. Bushes are Rango's main territory. It's where he gets his advantage. The proc from the proc will not be enough to keep him alive, as Abandon gets himself a double kill this early into the game, less sub 4 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. That is 2 kills off the bat. They're already 1.2 gold ahead. Oh, excuse me, 1.2k gold ahead, and they're in a pretty strong position to start off, especially now with 2 kills in the hands of Rengar. Getting him scaling into that mid game is going to be crucial for them to win.
Crucial for them to win and to take advantage of, indeed, as we see Rengar now with the lethality item, and just now it's just gonna be so much harder to deal with him, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, he's going to be a nuisance, especially up in that top lane with those bushes all around. You're never going to know where he is at any given point until it's too late. Much like that, as they do try to push this wave in.
Yeah, so my question for you, Soren, right now is what do you see for Dragon Claw Cloud? Because I don't think we really talked much about what they would want to do in the early game, but now that they have an advantage, what do you think they might look to do here?
Early game, I think they just need. I think you need to hyperfixate on a lane. You kind of already mentioned that, we were talking the pregame lobby. Unfortunately, Goldfish, because they had the split between the Diamond and Platinum leagues, lost their MVP mid laner, and in response picked up the next 2 best mid laners in the league. So They do
Correct.
have a really strong mid lane and a really strong top lane. So I really think that in order to stay in this game and keep this advantage, I think they just need to hyper fixate on the lane. Make it so that there's one lane, much like we saw in that first game, that just can't get the lead. Even if the rest of their team is starting to play little bit better, they just can't get back into it. Whether that's top or mid, I don't think it really matters. I think mid would probably be more beneficial, seeing as it is in a more influential part of the map. But that being said, I think if they can just have
Mozzie's
one
here.
lane in the
Abyssal
back line,
Dive comes out along with the Cannon Barrage, and they really want to get this kill onto the Dragon Claw bot lane, but they will not find anything for their purchase. That was one ultimate use and a couple of obviously just abilities, but nothing came of it, unfortunately, as Kaiser Uwu locks down Deviant here. He gets the burst out. They're chunking out that Corki quite a bit. We'll emote him as well and just play along with that Corki and give him a hard time in lane.
yeah. But kind of like I was saying, if they could just have one lane basically in lockdown and keep this bot lane pretty stagnant, like it is, just be able to farm, not allow Goldfish to get ahead. I think they have a pretty good chance. They've started off strong, the underdogs into this game, but now they just need to capitalize on this little lead that they have. Ooh, massive engage coming out. Massive team fight as the Olaf goes down. Ezreal kind of caught off in a weird position, is going to take a lot of damage, but will eventually get taken out. And that is going to be a kill in the hands of Senna, as well as an assist and a kill for the Tahm Kench. That is exactly what they needed. They are 4-0 up. The underdogs really getting a foothold here. All right, here. And as we get through, unfortunately, we have a little bit of technical difficulties, so you're just going to have to hear my beautiful voice for a minute. Bot lane is going to get pushed in, however, only for a second, as Tahm Kench is going to go for the recall, though Olaf is now showing some presence up in top lane. Rengar does have a lot of movement, so they are able to jump around, maybe try to get out of this tricky situation. Will get some serious damage done onto the gangplank. Does a lot of damage, is quite squishy. The engage from Rengar, the flash comes out, gets the kill onto the top laner. Matt goes down, and that's 5-0. We were talking about how they were the underdogs going into this, and the underdogs are fighting like underground pitbulls. They are just fighting like there's nothing else left to lose. Semifinals, and they are in a fine spot to go into this mid-game, late-game period in a strong position as we're about to play 10
Fine
minutes.
spot indeed. Sorry,
There
D,
we
you
go.
got me. I'm back. I'm so sorry about that. My mic decided it wanted to have a slight seizure, so had to troubleshoot and reconfigure that USB port real quick. But I'm back, and I did see the fight though, and yeah, right now this is you know this actually doesn't surprise me. Like as funny as that sounds, I'll get to my point later here as Mosley and Matt G look to take down a bandit. The Cannon Barrage comes out as well. They're chasing that Rango down, but it is just not enough to chunk him out as he will escape, and an ultimate will be wasted for their efforts. But yeah, this doesn't surprise me. Goldfish, this isn't the first time they've played from behind. It won't be the last. They're pretty. They're not. They're pretty good when it comes to playing from behind. Actually, like very rarely have they like played from behind and not came back, or at least made a really strong effort to win the game. So I'm not worried for them just yet, but I'm a little trepidatious, but I'm not too concerned just yet. But like I said, that was with the Amateur Worlds Spring Split Champions Goldfish Squad, but this is a new one, so this is version 2. So we'll see how this version meshes with Mossy and Light Genesis Oreo Murderer, because they have 2 new players essentially. As Radkip, Peps, and Angel just take out Light Genesis there, and now putting that lead of 6-0 over for Dragonclaw Cloud here.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not going to say I'm not worried. I am quite worried for Goldfish here because this on paper does not look amazing, but they do have the Rift Herald. Shelly is going to go down on mid lane, and that is going to put, some priority on mid lane, put them on a little bit of a back foot. It won't be turret, but it will do some significant damage, which,
Hmm.
I was talking about how they need to focus on a lane. That being said, excuse me, I'm blanking out. Dragonclaw need to focus on a certain lane, but they're in a
Hmm.
very good spot. I actually think that same advice applies now for Goldfish. Focus on this mid lane, get this turret down, put pressure, and try to split this map in two, and they might be able to get some control back.
Yeah, they might be able to get some control back, but we'll have to see if that is possible for them. As of right now, Kaiser U is the only person on the Goldfish squad who has not died. And to be quite honest, I haven't seen much synergy come out or plays made between Mossy and Kaiser. The previous iteration, that was their bread and butter between Mossy and Okami there. That's how they won a lot of their games and just snowballed and got advantages of a lot of their games. As Mossy is here, Angel will have to flash away. Ragnarok is popped, but once again, just wait. They're trying. The Dawning Shadow comes out, and Oreo Murder will be taken down as well. Like Genesis looks to be next on the menu as the Root will lock him in place, and he will go down to Peps there. Mossy, will he be able to escape? He uses the emo and asks the Dragon Claw Cloud members, what are you doing? But Mossy, the question unfortunately should be directed at you guys, as Dragon Claw Cloud is now up 8 kills to none. Ocean Drink is on the Rift, and there is a 4K gold lead. And are they going to
I,
dive him? Looks like they
I
are going
look
to
at
dive
that.
him, and Angel will take down Mossy. Matt goes down as well. Dragon Claw Cloud, they're just all over the Rift here. Goldfish, this is not looking good, and you're making me eat my words.
This is
As Rorco Kaiser finally online. He did use the Leandries here, so maybe we'll see that damage start coming out from this Karma. AP Karma is a menace that is always underestimated because she's typically played as support. Or your Murderer is chunking out Angel here, but he was by himself with no backup, and Dragon Claw Cloud are just claiming another kill. Oh my god, 11-0 for the Dragon Claw team.
Yeah, it's I was actually gonna do a small. Oh, that was so close to preventing the recall, but not quite in time. I was actually gonna do a small correction and say that actually the Seraphine, the Oreo Mortar, actually had not died yet when you said that Kaiser was the only one without a death, but that lasted another minute maybe, and now they're 0-2. So things happen, but
Yeah.
it's looking scary. I'm gonna say
Now I'm
it's
worried. No, now
yeah.
I'm a
Now
little bit worried now. Now I'm a little bit
yeah,
worried.
this is a dominant performance. I think when we heard that they took down Samurai Sensei Amaterasu,
Yeah, Sensei
that we
Squad
were
of
like
Matarasu, correct.
Sensei Squad. Sorry, but I think we both were like, wow, that's really cool. They took down the underdog story. We love that. And I think we both kind of were expecting like, oh, this is going to be an easy game because this is Goldfish, and sure they
It's an
had one
easy
upset,
game, but
easy game. Yeah, you know what I mean. We kind of just shook them off. Like, yeah, they had one good game. They beat a really good team, but 10th seed, this should probably go the way we expect. But they have come in and defied all expectations. This
Kaiser,
is not them getting
flash
lucky.
forward from Deviant. Kaiser will use the shield mantra E to
Ooh.
gain some distance and walk away. Mossy pops the Ragnarok, and unfortunately, just it's for nothing, as he doesn't even land an axe on the Corky there, who will just be able to walk it off and walk away. As that Dawning Shadow also missed Kaiser there, and it will not claim a kill. Truth.
Yeah, this isn't even, them getting lucky. This is not them getting lucky trades. This is
Mm-hmm.
just them playing really, really smart league. They are taking the
Yeah.
right fights. They are supporting each other, rotating when they need to. It is just really smart, really good play from them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree with you. As of right now, Dragon Claw Cloud are just honestly they're style on Goldfish right now, and it's it's not. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
Angel.
that damage.
That center damage. As the encore will come out, Rockcrow will walk back forward towards the Goldfish members, but there is no follow up. But hey, Rango's here, and he's definitely wants to follow up. He will be able to take down Light's Genesis, and that makes a 4-0-1 Rengar. There's bounties on 4 members of the Dragon Claw Cloud, except for the support, and it looks like their bottom tier 1 turret will be next on the menu, and actually, Mossy will be next as well. Another takedown for Gold. Is this limit testing, or is this just a speed run of how fast the game can end? I don't know. Someone tell me what's going on. Soren, please explain.
Or chaos. Chaos, carnage, other words that start with C that mean similar things. Just absolute craziness. There we go. Craziness all around the rift. It's 13-0. We haven't even broke 17 minutes into this game. That's almost a kill every minute. It is looking
12,
devastating here.
almost a 13K gold lead. 12K gold lead as of right now.
Yeah, it's insane. I running out of words to describe how well they're playing. They have this game fully in their control. It is normally I don't like to say it this early, but at this point it is their game to lose. They just need to figure out a way of finding the win condition.
They just need
Basically,
to make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah.
yeah, just find one win condition. Whether that's they wait till Soul, wait until one of these team fights by Dragon happens and it goes their way. Something they just need to find a win condition. Meanwhile, Goldfish, they need to find something. They need to find the key, the
They need to find a
answer.
miracle and a prayer.
Yeah, at this point to try to get back into this game, but it's gonna have to be one step at a time, one kill at a time, because there's no way 13-0 down that you can find one team fight that's gonna turn this game on its head. They need to start just taking small steps forward, find one kill, then a second, and then maybe win a team fight, and maybe we can start seeing them come back. But it's gonna be a
Okay.
tough battle.
Absolutely agree. And yeah, like I said, at first it was like, okay, they're down like 3K gold. I'm not too worried though. I've seen Goldfish be in that position before, but I have to remember that was with their spring split roster. This is a completely new roster, which means completely new personalities, completely new playstyles, completely new synergies. So and I'm sure they've practiced, but this is their first time on a streamed match that we've seen them play. So who knows?
Oh my.
I'm not even. I'm, I'm not even gonna say anything about that. But I will say something about this. As Light Genesis goes down, Kaiser Uwu looks to be next as Abandon takes out the Karma there, and the Dragon Claw Cloud will just take down this tier 2 turret. This is a shellacking.
It's becoming a massacre, and they're getting chased down yet again. There's three. Oh, if that route from the center would have hit, I think that would have been 17 there. I don't really think they could have found a way out of that.
So, a quick question for you before you
Yes.
finish your point. I know you're new to the server. Have you gone to role request yet and got your trash talk role?
Not
Because if
yet.
you
Not
have not,
yet.
my friend, I need you to do that immediately after this game
I
because
will
that
do.
that channel is gonna be bussing.
Will do. Happily will go and hang out in the trash talk channel. No, I am a Valorant caster by trade. That's 90% of the game most of the time when you're playing. So, but we are firmly. Oh no, poor Olaf.
Yes, Mossy will flash, but to no avail. You can't flash from a Rengar who's on the thrill of the hunt. He is 6-0-2, Eclipse, Essence, Reaver, and is just literally the ultimate hunter.
It's all collapsing. I'm looking at the CS. Ironically, the CS lead is not too. It's not too big. Right now, Tom Kench is the one farming. Is still only about like 10 CS ahead of the Ezreal. It's 191 to 161 between the Corki and the Karma, 130 to 100 for the Volibear and the Olaf. So it's not massive. The score line does not indicate the CS at all.
Like
But it
Genesis will be devoured here by Rockro. The Arco comes out. There is some damage out from Matt G and Kaiser Uwu here. They will get the shutdown on Angel. Abandon looks to be next. Okay, maybe Goldfish will find at least get some gold back into their pockets. Obviously, it's not gonna put them back into the game just yet, but they have 2 kills now on the board, and they have stopped the Baron attempt from the Dragon Claw Cloud.
There we go. That's stopping the bleeding. Okay, if they would have gotten that
and it's
Baron,
still
that would have
bleeding.
been
No,
rough.
they're still bleeding. They're still bleeding.
They're still
about
bleeding.
10K.
They're not
Still
about
10K.
to get another. They're not like another stab.
But now, actually, they might have that tourniquet sharply in place, as Deviant will have to flash away from Mossy, who popped the Ragnarok. Rarkro is limping away as Kaiser Uwu and Mossy want to take down these members, but Kaiser Uwu instead was punished for his hubris, as the Gangplank Ultimate was corralling Dragon Claw Cloud for a bit, but unfortunately, Goldfish just didn't have enough members to back them up to take down those members of Dragon Claw Cloud there, as the Cloud Drake will be spawning here in about a minute.
Yeah, the bleeding has slowed. They weren't able to pick up this Baron, which is always a positive, especially when you're so far behind. Being able to stop them taking such a massive neutral objective is always a good thing, but they need to be able to do that consistently and hopefully eventually pick up one on their own. Because right now, Dragonclaw are at Soul Point. They can pick up Soul here in just a few seconds or minutes. Excuse me.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah.
I forgot to pull the timer up. There we go. Yeah, another 30 seconds. So if they can stop that, maybe pick it up with a good team fight, I can see them definitely possibly being able to get back into this game. But they're going to need to play this, and this is not even hyperbole. They're going to have to be flawless to get this.
Absolutely. And you know the funniest thing about their comp, like we said it, they have so much. Oh, Matt. No.
Oh, no, Matt. Oh, it's all falling apart.
He knew too. You saw how nervous he was. Oh my god.
It looks like they might be trying to play for a trade here, taking some vision up in the top half as the Drake gets taken. But no matter what they're trying, the Drake gets taken too quickly, and now we have Cloud Soul out. They're pressuring this top turret. They might be able to take it, but they do have Corki making their way up quickly, as well as the Rengar running at full speed.
Throw the Hunt activated. Oreo Murder is gonna have to flash away as half his health bar is already chunked out by a Abandon here. Encore comes out, but it as the last stand for Oreo Murder. They are getting some poke chip damage out from this Karma and Lights Genesis here, as the Cannon Barrage will also dissuade Dragon Claw Cloud from going any further. But why are Goldfish moving forward? Where is your memory? I guess it's as it implies of the name of the animal you're named after, because I think you forgot how much damage and how much gold the Dragon Claw Cloud has, as now Kaiser Uwu looks to be next with the assist of Rocco here. Senna is 1v1ing a Karma who has to flash away and barely gets out with his life. Mossy's looking for the hero steal of this Baron here, but now they know Mossy's here. The axe comes in, but they're not even worried about him. They're just they're not worried. What is going on here?
Oh no, and they just run into it. Oh my, it's all collapsed. That's gonna be Baron. And it's Soul. They're just going to be able to recall, and they'll basically be able to run it down. This is a little tragic. A little tragic.
Hey, Sword, I'm telling you. As soon as this game's over, go get the trash talker. Go get the trash talk, because it's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit tonight. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is tough. This is tough. But I mean, honestly, I don't want to say I'm surprised, because I am surprised that this is how. I'm surprised about like the goal
to the
difference and how bad they're losing right
to,
now.
to the
But
degree,
it's
yeah.
not it's not surprising when a new team has to mesh together, right? Like, it's like anything in the NBA team where they get new picks or whatever, as Deviant and the Peps will be charmed up. They will chunk out the jungle of the Dragon Claw Cloud. Angel looking for some retribution here. We'll have to be a little bit careful because that is still 5v4 now. So Rango is in the bot lane looking for a flank as Rarko has now walked forward, brazenly actually. Will Bizzle dive? Actually, I thought he was going away, but he went in. Like Genesis will have to shift out as the Cannon Barrage comes out in the middle of the team fight. Abandon just assassinates the Ezreal. Matt Kaiser and Oreo are running for their lives. Abandon does not care. He is the ultimate hunter, and he will take out everyone. Double kill for Rengar. Give him the triple kill, and that is the ace for Dragonclaw Cloud. That will be the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor for them. Hell, it might be the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying it, it's collapsed. All the expectations that we had for this team have all fallen away. It is 29-3. I mean, I put my votes that it would go to the underdogs, but I agree with you 100%. I don't think any of us could have expected the degree in which the domination would ensue, but that is going to be the second turret. And while they will have to retreat
They
for a
can't
second,
end.
it's
That's sad.
it, it's almost surely over though. At this point, there's how much more? How much more can you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually
It's
speechless here. I mean, I saw in the chat Elsa from Frozen said Go Fish is typically a best of 5 team. I mean, he kind of has a point there, but I mean, Elsa, look, we did not expect them to get shellacked like this, though.
it's it's not an amazing sight. You never want a team to get thrashed like this, but
Especially your
it is
defending champions. Like, once again,
yeah.
it may not be the defending champions in the complete roster of team members, but it's still the defending champions in name and organization. And to see them get shellacked like this is just
Yeah, it's one of those
it's
things I
tough.
don't. Yeah, you love to see some new dogs come in and challenge for the throne, but it's never nice to see a team get absolutely destroyed like this. But
Yeah.
that being said, you got to give all the props to Dragon Claw. They have been absolutely dominant. They've been playing such good league. Their team composition kind of threw us off a little bit. We kind of favored,
Mhm.
both of us actually
Abandon,
favored. Oh
Abandon
my!
is doing what his name implies. welcome back, everyone, for the Thursday lock-in finals, and we have our last two standing teams in this best of one tourney. Dragon Claw Cloud DCC on the blue side, Iridescent Dawn Eclipse on the red side, aka ICE. Those are going to be my acronyms for them because both those teams are a mouthful, and we are hot into pick and bans here. Wukong being banned first for DCC, with the Seraphine being banned for ICE. And yeah, let's just get more into these picks and bans here, Soren. So, um, you were talking a bit about it when we were off air, and I just wanted you to talk about it again. Like, what were you saying about both of these teams here?
You know, the teams are very interesting. IDC really came up against some tough competition, and they got
Mm-hmm.
all the way to the finals here. So I expect them to do really well, but I I don't know about you, but I'm feeling the heat a little bit, the underdog heat. I said earlier that maybe underdog wasn't the right term, and it's probably not anymore. But I'm still feeling it. I can see them going all the way. I'm really excited to see what the teams pull out here. We have an amazing finals
And you
performance.
think you can see DCC going all the way, right?
I can see both.
Oh, both. Oh, okay.
I personally believe in Dragon Claw, but I do think that IDC Iridescent can go all the way too. I can see either team winning this. I have a little bit of a backing. I love a good underdog story. But
Okay.
as we are looking at the bands, we're seeing actually very similar ones that we've seen the entire night. We see the Shyvana that we saw back in game one. We saw the Zac that we've seen in the last game. And then we're seeing the Gangplank get taken out of the pool, the Wukong get taken out of the pool as well.
Mm-hmm.
Two really good picks. And then the Senna that we just saw Dragon Claw dominate with is now officially out of the pool, as well as that Seraphine flex mid and support out of the pool as well. So overall, I think the bans are really good. They actually take a lot of the very powerful options off the board. So it's going to be really interesting to see where these teams go for the rest of the draft.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see where the teams pick for their draft here, as Peps will be piloting that volley bear more than likely, right? As we see BKP on the Victor here. That's interesting. I have not seen a first pick Victor in like a really long time here. But I guess they just really want priority and they really want that champion. Um Corky wasn't banned, so I don't know why it was first picked, why they showed that pick first, but who knows what they're um, thinking in their voice comms. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just interesting and curious. But yeah, so Misfortune being picked up here next for Ice, with Bubs9 piloting that champion, and Zerath. Okay, so yeah, if
Okay.
you have a champion that pokes you a lot, you pick another champion that can poke you even further away. Battle Mage Zerath on the block. Deviant will be piloting that champion here. So that'll be very interesting. And of course, what's one stun? If you have one stun, why not get another one with the Ash Hover? Lock it in. Come on, do it. There it is. Ash locked in. My Angel will more than likely be piloting that, unless it's Ash support and Rocro could pilot it as well. But we will see here in the second phase. But let's round out this first phase here as we await Ice's pick on R3.
Yeah, definitely some interesting picks going around the Ash. I know you told me to join it, so I joined it. I joined that trash talk channel, and they were actually talking about Ash and like how good of an engaged tool she has with sort of
Mm-hmm.
her CCing ability. So it's really interesting to see her get picked up. Though
Mm-hmm.
Misfortune and Nautilus are a very good combination, to say
Mm-hmm.
the least. They can really put a lot of pressure down in that bot lane. So a really good pairing for the red side. Morgana going to be taken away, and it looks like it's going to be a hover and Nocturne. They're going to start focusing the jungle selection here.
Yeah.
And I actually kind of want to roll back a little bit what you said. The Victor pickup first pick is definitely very strange. I think that's a very strong pick to start out with, especially as I don't think anyone would really ban Victor in this current meta. I do think unless Victor is supposed to be their carry for this round, and the Rengar ban, I don't think anyone is surprised about seeing the Rengar ban. But unless Victor is supposed to be your hard carry into the late game, and you just really want him in that side, I really find it strange that it's a first pick here. But we're about to get into this final band. Rengar, I don't think like I said, I don't think anyone is surprised. They were a terror. I think in the Trash Talk channel, people were calling them Thanos, basically up on the top lane, just snapping people out of existence left, right, and center. But that will round out the ban. Rek'Sai, another jungler, is off the table, so they're really, really punishing his last picks.
Oh
But it looks like
man.
Diana is going to be the response.
Abandon all ye who enter. Definitely, they do not want that Rango pick in his hands once again. But yeah, the jungle band's coming out here from Dragon Claw Cloud, targeting the targeting rejected the news pull here just a bit. I mean, and sometimes Nocturne can be flex mid, we know that, but he's typically seen in the jungle. And yeah, with uh ID Eclipse locking in Diana here. There's still a Yasuo angle for them. But before we even talk about that, because we're still on DCC's last pick here, as they have locked in the Kench. So I'm curious as to see they need a top laner, obviously, right? So
Yeah.
Riven for okay, so
Okay.
a
Okay.
bandit
Okay.
is a fighter. That's what I'm seeing. He's a fighter. He's don't give me none of them
Okay.
tanks. I want to be in your face. I want to be on right here. Let's
Yeah.
go.
I really like it. I like to pick up Riven. Not a terribly in meta champion, still strong, not weak by any sense of the word, but definitely not a champion you would imagine to
Ooh,
see picked up and
Scion.
going against a Scion. It's
Interesting.
also a very interesting thing. I overall think this is a very fun draft. This to me, what I think the Tom Kench and the Volibear,
Hmm.
Tom Kench, Volibear, and Nautilus, I guess Misfortune, are the only champions that we're seeing double of in this game that we've already seen. So this is just fun to me. I really can't wait to see how this plays out. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I have a guess. I didn't like no, you keep asking
Nah,
me for predictions.
you're not gonna do that. But we're gonna get to that in just a bit. So you keep thinking
Oh,
about it while I talk a bit more about the drafts here.
go
I'll
for
give
it.
you some time because I mean we already know what's been picked, so we can assume what is going to each lane. The Riven versus Scion matchup here is very interesting to me. To me, it screams that Eddie Boy will be playing playing weak side, just in just a bit more defensive position. Just due to that Cyan being picked there, but I mean, it's also a great engage tool, right? Like that will be his job. So we'll see how that matchup goes. But if Abandon gets ahead early, it's just gonna be so hard to deal with that champion in a side lane. So Eddie Boy will definitely have to be mindful of his positioning and try and coordinate with his jungle to at least take down Abandon or play around Abandon and Pep's duo there. Um,
Hmm.
I I don't really know too much about the Volley Diana matchup here, but I'm more so curious to see how these junglers will interact with their two solo lanes. Um, like we just said, I expect to see Peps and Abandon look to gank Eddie Boy quite a bit. I feel like that setup is, I feel like that setup's a bit easier because it's a big Scion versus a Victor who has a lot more mobility and poke escape tools. The bubble for lots of AOE that could dissuade you from charging forward. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the mid lane there. And then of course our bot lane matchup, Ash Kench, MF Nautilus. Um Boring. At least the Ash Kench is gonna be boring. Like let's just be real, right? It's gonna be boring. Um they're just looking to farm. Kench is a bit more aggressive now, though, obviously with that abysmal dive. But yeah, bot lane's gonna be boring. I mean, they'll probably still be exciting because these are all plat players, and in the CCS, everyone are frauds and they must fight. But in theory, the lane is boring.
Yeah, and I think I have a prediction. I think I finally pieced one together.
Hmm.
I think it's gonna be a 50-50. I think it's gonna be a
That's
50-50. I'll explain. I'll explain.
your prediction is
I
a 50.
think
No, you have to commit. Choose a team.
I I am
Your
going to
heart
go
and
for
gut
the
is telling you one. You just don't want to say it on
I
stream. You're
I
scared.
am going for ID Eclipse. I'm going for ID
All
Eclipse.
right, there we go.
I
And why?
I'm worried for Dragon Claw that there might not be enough damage because
Okay.
I'm looking over and like obviously both teams just about have two tanks, but I'm looking at that Nautilus and that Scion, and they can just be monoliths, like true like forces when it comes to tankiness.
Hmm.
And I'm looking over them. They have Victor, they have Misfortune, both of which, if they scale properly, especially Victor, can do some disgusting damage. So I believe that as long as they can get the opportunity to scale, they can take this game by the throat, basically.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at that bot lane and Ashe. I don't know if Ashe will be able to keep up with the Misfortune and the Victor. And Xerath again is an artillery mage, battle mage, really good, but I still think Victor wins out in that later game. I think Xerath is great mid game, but I think Victor definitely takes that scaling to a whole new level. So I think just based off of the pair Xerath and the Ashe versus Victor and Misfortune, I think the Victor and Misfortune will win out. But like I said, it is very reliant on them allowing the Victor to scale. If Dragonclaw can get in, get early, and set Victor behind pretty quickly,
Hmm.
I can see a universe where even if they should out before Victor can get to the point where they can start carrying through. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go for ID Eclipse, but I can see a world where Dragonclaw wins. It's gonna be close. It's a 50-50 in my eyes. I'm gonna say ID Eclipse, but anyway, this is a great finals. I can't wait to see very interesting drafts. That's enough. I'm losing my mind over here.
You're all good. So I'll go ahead and just take the mic back from you, so that way you can compose yourself. All right. Give my prediction real quick before we cut to a short break here. I'm actually predicting the team that you predicted last round against Goldfish Gaming. I'm predicting Dragon Claw Cloud, just because of that man in the top lane and band in there.
Ooh,
That
yeah,
confidence and that brazenness was, it's caught my attention a little bit. So but obviously there's conditions attached to that ribbon.
of
But
course.
and I wanna copy you. I want to root for the underdog, basically. So I'm copying you this time, because every
I feel
time I
that.
didn't root
I
for
feel
the
that.
underdog, I've pretty much been wrong. So I'm copying you this time. But we will find out here shortly who is going to be our Thursday lock-in winners as we cut to a short break. So stay tuned for our final game of the night: Dragon Claw Cloud
Whoa.
versus ID Eclipse. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone, for the finals,
Whoa,
and we're already
already,
into yeah.
already a first one. Oh no, Sion takes down the Tom Kench almost immediately. Wardbox is already back at the fountain. Sorry to cut you off. There's no time for introductions. Chaos.
No, you're good. You're good. That's why we did a little flip flop to ourselves. Soren will be play by play for the this game here, while I will be colored just due to all the technical difficulties I've had. So figure you know what? Why not?
Yeah.
But looking at these summoner spells, everything looks pretty standard to me so far. Haven't seen anything unusual. Riven taking the TP not ignite. I'm sorry, the TP flash, which that's pretty cool actually. I kind of expected a TP ignite because we've seen that a lot from some top laners here, and just given the way Abandon has played that champ has played this so far, he's been pretty aggressive. So I just assumed that he would have more of an aggressive summoner spells, but he's definitely a team player. Taking that TP with the flash, so for some safety and gap closing.
Yeah, speaking of Flash, multiple champions on the Rift did use up their Flash in that mini skirmish down mid. Tom Kench is down one, as well as the Diana. The massive damage being traded out up top. Sion and Riven, excuse me, getting choked on my own words there for a second. Both are still alive, but at minimal health remaining. Meanwhile, over on mid, there's some poking going on as well. It's pretty consistent the entire night. Mid laners, very poke heavy champions of choice. Oh, Kench goes in, not able to find anything though. Rarko probably hoped to find something else, but Riven just able to dodge out of the way of the Scion Slam.
Yeah. Dodging out that this top lane has been, and that's actually hold that thought though.
Oh, we have a gang from Volley Bear. That's going to be a massive stun under the turret. Riven really can't afford to lose that extra health if they get caught under turret, as they are on minuscule as well. Volley Bear comes in at full, leaves at a quarter, just like the Riven. It's probably going to have to result in them either recalling or definitely playing a lot safer for the next few minutes.
And that was actually something I wanted to touch on as we see Zerat and Victor here just
Ooh.
getting a scuffle in. The Scion damage too. He's also it kind of reminds me of Orin. Like you forget how much damage a Scion can also do to you early game. And Riven isn't a tank, right? She's a fighter, so she doesn't have as much durability stats as a tank does early game. As
Ooh.
the Nautilus's hook does land.
That was a pretty good chance for them. The hook does land, but unfortunately doesn't get anything. The engage coming up from the Riven, the stun comes out, but Scion only momentarily. Ooh, massive hook from the Nautilus. And it doesn't look like it's going to really result in anything. The E comes out from the Misfortune, some heavy damage. Tom Kench is barely alive, but the shielding protects them and does get them the chance to recall. Meanwhile, Riven had the recall as well. This is crazy. We're what? Not even 5 minutes into this game. I think we've seen like 4 or 5 recalls. We've already seen 2 deaths. This is madness. Madness on the Rift.
Yeah, madness indeed. Angel and Rarko there threading the needle on that fight they had from between Bubs 9 and Wardbox. Yeah, Wardbox there. So they got really lucky and made sure that the Misfortune Nautilus didn't get any kills basically, and get an advantage in that lane.
Yeah, but as it sets up now, right now it's pretty even across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Bot lane's picking up some CS. Top lane is doing top lane activities, farming and casually beating each other to a pulp,
Top lane activities. Hey.
Yeah.
Just
Sion's
farming
trying,
in.
yeah.
Right?
Sion's trying to get some poke damage in. Riven's dodging out of the way. Both are just wasting each other's time, but they'll keep trying until one of it hits. Normal top lane things.
Yeah, but like we said, Abandon definitely playing that aggressive play style we saw him play in the last series as well. So if there's one prediction we definitely got right so far, it's that Abandon he has abandoned he has abandoned his fear. He has no fear. Hence the
Yeah.
name, right? He's gonna play aggressive regardless. Like even though it looks like the trade, like look at his health bar.
He just goes right back in.
Look.
Oh, massive stun. Though Scion might be able to get the advantage of it. If one more stun, this might be enough, and it will abandon. Maybe a little overconfident there, but you know, it does go into the way of Eddie Boy picking up another kill for them. That is 2-0. Luckily, the first kill was not on to Riven, so not too far behind. Though massive engage coming out from Victor. Zerath trapped in a really bad positioning. Though, oh no, Victor is that one of worse. Got caught under turret, got chased by Volley Bear, and then got caught out by the artillery shots from Zerath. Though Misfortune comes through with a flash, gets the kill on the Volley Bear, and now 3 on mid. They're going to be able to push this wave in, and they come out on top 2 for 1.
Yeah, 2 for 1 for Iridescent Dawn Eclipse there. Just playing these skirmishes really well and lots of communication, and actually the roam coming out from Bubs 9 there and Warbox early, but you know that roam and kill that they got, it just enables Angel and Rauko here to get some plates and just get the push in the lane. So but surprisingly, the gold right now, or at least the CS numbers, are still about I don't want to say even. Oh, as the Moonfall hits.
Oh yeah, that's a huge engage coming from the Diana, and poor Bandon just kind of sits there and accepts fate as that is going to go into the way of Diana, I believe, if I caught that correctly. So that is Diana on the board as well, and another assist going to Scion. That top lane is now looking scarier and scarier. Though I must say, Abandon is considerably up in CS, a little bit behind, or not behind, but not quite as much now that they were forced to leave lane. But they were doing a pretty good job in regards to staying ahead besides kills. So Abandon down, not quite out yet, but Scion, Eddie Boy doing a really good job keeping the terror of the last map in check.
Yeah, definitely keeping him in check. And you know, remember I remember we mentioned something about that, like if the Riven got behind, it wouldn't be too good. I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see, because right now, same thing like last game, right? Abandon was getting his butt kicked, but look at that CS number. Look at the CS number right there, 62 to
Yeah.
44. So I think once we see a mythic on Abandon again, we're gonna see a change in the way that top lane matchup plays out, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we're there mentioning it, Diana, a little bit quiet, 1-0-1, is actually pretty far ahead of the Volley Bear. Sorry, I don't have time to talk about this. The engage comes out from the Tom 10, so they're stunned up, but the bullet time comes out. Nautilus still does go down. Volley Bear taking some significant damage from both the bullet time and the turret is going to be forced away. Victor coming up to support, though, is going to be met by Deviant on the Zerath, keeping them at bay. 4-2. Though Volley Bear has to retreat. Scion just pushing down the bot lane, keeping Riven. I don't know how Riven and Scion got on bot lane, but they're there. And it's all out carnage up on top. Under turret, Riven gets the stun out. That is going to be some turret damage taken by Scion. Diana comes through, and poor Bandon is just getting screwed over left, right, and center, being caught out in these 2v1 situations. That is 0-3 for them so far, as it slowly starts to unravel. Though, that's a huge engage coming from the Nautilus. Finds the kill on the Rauko. And now Ash is going to have to try to escape from this Nautilus, who's slowly catching up. The hook comes out, and I believe this might just be it for Angel. Might be able to do something. Zerath is coming through, and massive turnaround. Angel gets the kill, and the push continues.
Yeah, that was a lot, man.
It was a lot.
We thought it was gonna end, but it kept going. So, but that's fine with me, because yeah, you know, let you get all that action, and now I get to analyze a bit. Abandon. I think obviously I believe ID Eclipse finished their game first. and they probably watched our last, yeah, they watched our
Oh,
last series here. Ooh, abandoned though. Oh,
oh, they really tried. That's not. That's a rough spot. They
yeah.
definitely did because they.
Yeah, I would say they watched the last series though, and they saw like how aggressive Abandoned is, and they're like, "All right, nah, that's not gonna happen to us. We're going to beat the crap out of him and ensure that what he did to Goldfish does not happen to us. So we're gonna keep punishing him every single time. We're gonna make sure we put Abandoned as far behind as possible." And I believe they just feel like they can deal with everyone else as need be. So because I feel like that's where we've seen most of the attention come from the ice side.
Yeah, absolutely. They've kind of just completely isolated Abandon to the point where it's hard for Abandon to get back into this, but it's still not impossible.
Arrow.
That's going to be a
Bullet time!
huge Ash error, but the bullet time does come out. Objective New is in a bad spot. The flash comes out, only delays the inevitable. That is going to be a kill in the way of Dragon Claw. The damage starts coming out. Oh no, Deviant and stuck in a rock in a hard spot. Caught between the dragon and ward box will get taken out. And now they're in a really, really tricky spot as this dragon is going to go into the hands of Iridescent. There's going to be Drake number 2 for them, 8-5 with a 2K gold lead. It's nowhere near to the extent of last game. Let's get this straight. It's nowhere near to the extent of last game, but it is still not a very favorable position. It's not.
The keyword is yet.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not. After last game, I'm not saying any certainties. No way. I'm not saying any certainties. No, it's not. It's scary, but it's not insurmountable. I can definitely see a world where they come back.
Yeah. No, I'm just trolling a little bit. But no, Dawn Eclipse here are definitely playing to their strengths. I'm just seeing a lot more better communication, and I would say team play coming out from them right now. They're quicker on the rotations and just excuse me, punishing Dragon Claw Cloud every opportunity they can get. Like we said, Abandon is 0-4-1 right now. The CS is now in Eddie Boy's favor, so that advantage he had over the Scion before is now just actually even the levels themselves. Abandon is 2 levels behind the Scion now. Their top laner is the same level as Dawn Eclipse's jungler. Oh boy. So
It's
they definitely want to make sure this ribbon does not have an impact later on in this game, or at least for a while. As the hook lands, bullet time.
real time. Oh no, they just get shredded. Bubs 9 gets the kill. I believe that's a killing spree.
Arrow lands.
Arrow lands, gets knocked up. Eddie Boy is going to try to do the most to get out of this situation. Has a lot of health to work with, but Angel, I was just about to mention, they have 4 kills. They are really healthy right now. They could do some significant damage. So,
Ran into it. Devour.
the Devour comes out just enough to get Angel out of that position. They might be able to do some damage here. They will get another kill. That's 5. That's 6
Nice.
for them. A shutdown as well. That's a 200 gold bounty on Angel. 6-0-0. And Volibear's there, but it doesn't look like they're going to try to engage onto the Scion. The Scion's going to just retreat and recall. And craziness. That could have gone so easily against Angel and their partner, their Rarkar, excuse me. But that Devour was such good timing. Such good timing.
That Devour was really clutch, and we gotta give props to Rarko there for saving his AD carry here and allowing enough time for Peps to catch up and back up the bot lane of Dragon Claw Cloud, and they were able to turn that fight around. Angel is now 6-0-0, 350 gold bounty, and that was the biggest thing that I had noticed about their draft that I forgot to mention earlier. It was like, yeah, you mentioned that Dragon Claw Cloud don't have as many tanks, but as long as they protect that Ashe and are able to peel for her and she can kite for herself as well, it's possible for them to definitely win this game. As the arrow lands, the sun lands as well.
God. That's a massive engage, though. Poor Varco is caught out on their own. Their team not really able to get there to assist them. They will
Yeah,
go
they didn't
down.
quite
They
get
will
that
secure
right.
this Shelly. That was a really good engage. That was an amazing arrow. Oh, the bullet time comes out. Don't think it really does
Didn't do
anything in
anything.
terms of damage besides just do some zone clearing, but pushes them back on their turret and it kind of puts a stop to the team fight. All right.
Yeah. So GCC Claw Cloud there. I like the execution. Okay, I like the fight. It was a good fight. The but we're not all there yet. The execution was bad. So the Tom Kench Rarko just went forward a bit too early before he had the appropriate backup, and therefore he was punished for it basically. So maybe if DCC recognized that this Rift Herald was coming up sooner, they could have been a bit more prepared for it. Or it's just the second Rift Herald. You could have let it go, farm up some more gold, try and get your carries to have more gold, so that way you can uh get some more items to get back into this game. I mean, objective bounties are on the map here. They are chasing BKB quite a bit, but I think they should back off here as Rarko drops a word there in the top lane.
Yeah, it's not amazing, but I will say I put my prediction on Iridescent because I thought that they had a little bit more damage.
Mm-hmm.
I also didn't anticipate
Oh,
the Ashe going 6-0, so
yeah. Look at
it's
abandon.
nothing. Yeah, it's not. That's a
Big
huge
moonfall!
ultimate from the Diana. That does some significant damage. There's so many. That's 4 hit. Plus the turret goes down thanks
Angel's
to
still
Shelly.
alive.
Deviant is alive on scraps, but Scion, Victor get one each, and
Oh.
that artillery shot's gonna come through. It's not gonna find a kill though. BKP is going to remain standing. Drake is up, and they're just gonna go take it. They're gonna get to 3 Drake soul point really early here.
Yeah, it's about a 18-minute sell point here for the side of Dawn Eclipse, and what is that? About a 5-6K gold lead here now, and it's just it's it's something we've seen throughout this entire tournament so far, is that one team tries to make a play, the other team just is a bit more organized and responds quicker, and therefore they punish them. And it's like it makes it so hard for the team that's behind to try and come back into the. Soren, have we seen a single comeback this tournament yet?
No, no.
I think the
Like,
team that's like
hey,
ahead has won every single game.
well, no, actually, that's not true. We saw. Oh God, I can't remember. It was our second game. I can't remember the names
Oh,
of
the
the
second
teams.
game. All right,
They
here.
started off really strong. Sorry, it was Dorado. It was T Sentinels versus Dorado. T Sentinels started off really strong.
Oh,
Going
correct.
2-0
Yeah, correct.
up.
Dorado Gaming was
It
the
was
only comeback game we saw. Yeah,
it was a very weak comeback because they were only like 2-0 up. It wasn't like they came back 8-0. But it still technically was a comeback. But yeah, no, it was still a pretty good performance. But they're nothing to the scale of what they would have to do to come back.
Moonfall hits.
Ooh, that is going to do some significant damage. Bullet time is going to force a flash. And it's just going to delay. As they pull back, Tier 2 turret and mid is gone. Both Tier 1s on the peripheral lanes are also gone. And it's now looking scary because not only are they behind in terms of kills, they're now behind in terms of gold. They're also being pushed into their half. And it's one thing to be, huge engage from Diana. It is just going to force a short fallback, but they do have a lot of support here. Scion, that's a huge knockup. He's going to be a lot of damage. Oh, doesn't quite get hit by the Diana ult, but it doesn't matter for V1. Is only going to go one way when poor Volley only has a quarter of health. And being that far behind, Baron has just spawned and it's already being taken. And I don't think
and
Dragon
Peps,
aware.
yeah, Peps there getting caught out was just, I feel like it might be. Oh, hold that thought. Here's the right of the arcane. What is that? He's just trying to delay their backs a little bit more. But Pep's getting caught out there is what really set up the Baron play for Dawn Eclipse here and enabled them to just get it without any contest. As we saw Ed Boy teleport to the bot lane to now get this split push going. As we will expect to see the rest of Dawn Eclipse more than likely pressure mid lane. Well, oh, okay. I'm gonna assume he's gonna ult. Okay, is he? Okay, looks like Ed Boy is just going mid. Maybe they're gonna 5-stack mid here. Their
Yeah,
back, their backs are kind of staggered. So
yeah.
it's not really the most efficient Baron use as of right now.
No, but I mean, it's a little bit A-Rammy, but at this point, they're in a strong enough position. They're
They're
ahead
not
on
even. What are
items.
they? They're not even using their Baron as. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. There you go.
All
I'm
right.
like, what are they doing? They're not even using their
Again,
Baron. They're just like roaming around the map. Okay, they're clearing
yeah.
out vision. All right, they're clearing out vision, making sure things are like squared away as they begin
Ooh.
this push here. As Ed Boy, there he is. Ed Boy's in the bot lane. They've sent a bandit to deal with him, but I think at this point, I think
Ooh.
Dragonclaw Cloud now want to play with a bandit's name for themselves and abandon their top laner.
Ooh, that's going to be huge. That's going to catch 3. The bullet time comes out, does some serious damage, leaves Angel and, excuse me, Abandon really, really weak, as well as Peps, but not quite
Ed
dead.
Boy
And
wants it.
Ed Boy goes in aggressively, does find one kill, and is now just kind of T-posing on them, I guess, just standing there waiting. The shots come out from Xerath, nothing of significance as they just miss, I think, 3 of the 4. The wave gets cleared by Scion, and they're now pushing. We now have Baron-fueled minions on turrets. It's going to be the first Nexus turret damage we see this game. Pushed all the way back as far as they can go, but not quite over yet. Oh no. BKB kind of being caught out alone here. Didn't get the chance to recall. Might get caught out.
Yeah,
He's
but
in
look
real
who's
spot,
here.
but the friends are here, and they're just gonna mow them down. Oh no, it all collapsed so
Oh,
quickly.
and Soren, we didn't even mention it, but look at the Diana mythic. She went the tank Diana build. That's definitely something I've seen. I don't know if it gained prominence in 12-10 per se, but since 12-11 and 12-12, there has been a new build where Diana builds the Sunfire Aegis and then just builds the rest of the AP items as Endboy flashes
Oh
forward.
no, that's gonna be a hit. That's gonna be a stun, and oh, the engage coming out from Diana, and it's just a massacre. They just get mowed down. It was a wonderful attempt, but now Baron may be gone, but they have Soul Point, and they are just going to push it. It's going to be a fight between the Nexus turrets. Bullet time comes out. Tom Kench is almost gone, but they're just getting mowed down one by one. Angel, Deviant, Rarko go down. Panda next. Peps is the only one left standing, and they just have to sit and watch as the Nexus turrets fall. Oh, Eddie Boy trying to get the final kill.
Look at those health bars, though. Can they even
Oh,
end?
they might not be
Angel is
able
still
to.
really strong.
Oh,
Right over there,
that's a
Kane.
huge ult.
Arrow.
Oh, that's just not enough damage from the Ash ult, but it doesn't matter because they still get killed. Angel gets a second one. BKP barely makes it out with their lives, as well as Eddie Boy. It was a good push. Peps, oh my god, they're at like double-digit health at max. Oh, it pushed to the edge, got to the Nexus, not quite enough to finish it, but much like last game, I think it's done and dusted. It's gonna have to take a miracle for Dragonclaw to pull back into this. What are your thoughts? Do you see a way of them getting back into
Okay. Oh, wait. You were asking me. You're
Yeah,
for real.
yeah. I'm real. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, the answer could be no. I'm just seeing if I'm missing something.
Uh,
It's
you know what? They need Elder.
they need Elder.
They need Elder. They need to stall enough to get Elder. They need to maybe perhaps get some picks. I'm not saying that they can. I'm just saying what. And they need to make sure they don't get picked off like that.
Oh no! Oh, and they're just oh, Eddie Boy is just stopping the retreat. They're just gonna sit there. BKP, excuse me, is going to get that kill as on our rampage. That's going to be the top turrets. And it's going to just be a push through top while MF pushes through the middle. It's actually going to be some significant
Sion is
damage
just
for this
ulting
Sarah,
in.
but Sion is now behind them fully. There's no
Oh,
Nexus
oh,
turret to
Jesus
help,
Christ!
and the bullet time follows suit, and they're just getting melted. There's nowhere to run. The only thing that is inevitable is Iridescent Dawn Eclipse, as they are going to take the Nexus and they are going to take the win, winning in our finals. Dragonclaw, wonderful performance, but it just was not enough today.
And Iridescent Dawn Eclipse will be our Thursday lock-in winners. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to the other ID team who won yesterday. So we have two ID teams as our lock-in tourney winners. So congratulations to both of y'all. And yeah, so that was quite a fun game. Kudos to Dragonclaw Cloud for even getting this far, because once again, you know, going facing off against the defending champions, there is that expectation that, like, all right, they're the defending champions, they should still be pretty freaking good. But they came in, they did what they had to do, and they moved forward. Abandon, I feel like, um, I feel like Abandon not got abandoned. What's the word I'm looking for? They just targeted him
Singled him
quite a
out.
bit,
They
right? They
definitely
focused
singled
him.
him
They
out.
they they
Yeah.
put him behind because they realized, like, all right, that is a focal point on their team. So if we put him behind, it makes our lives so much easier come later. And it did. I mean, we didn't really see Deviant do too much on the Xerath there. The Volibear is just a meat shield, so I mean, he's not gonna do too much damage, right? And but the Angel did try. Angel and Rarko really tried their best. Like, those were some pretty decent
Hey, 6-0
Ash,
Angel.
and yeah, those were some decent Ash and Tom Kench plays. You know, using those Devourers at the right time, like right on the death's door when you think you're about to kill that ADC, and then they're taken into the belly of Tom Kench, and then they come out with a shield and they start shooting you down with their Kraken Slayer once again. But by that point of the game, I feel like uh, Dawn Eclipse just had too much gold and they were just too strong. So item difference by that point, wallet difference, smack them with their wallets.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to give props. I mean, you talked about it, but Dragonclaw Cloud put up a great performance. I will say, I just wanted to add one piece. They might not be the champions for the day, but they definitely earned the title of the best game. Like that, like I think even after this game, they did kind of get slapped around a little bit, but I think the most memorable game of today is going to be that semifinal game, because that was that was insane. I don't think any of us expected it. And take what you want, but that's a win. That's a win at the end of the day.
Slay, I expect to see all these on YouTube by Friday.
Get him. Get the clips out there. Let's do it.
But yeah, with that being said, we thank you all for joining us tonight. We appreciate your patience and your time. We hope you enjoyed the stream. And we're just going to let you know that there is more CCS tomorrow. It will be the debut of our Diamond League. They will, I believe, be streaming on the Nameless channel. If not the Nameless channel, check here first, and it might be linked to that channel. But same time, same place. Come check out our Diamond Squads teams. Most of them were from our spring split that just they moved on up because they're like, oh well, another league, same organization, might as well just go up to the next elo. So it'll be a lot of familiar names and it'll be a lot of fun. So tune in for that tomorrow, same time, same place. But in the meantime, myself and Soren, we're going to check out for the night. It's been fun, it's been real, but it's time for us to get some rest and some sleep. I'm Redacted, that's Soren, and y'all have a good one.